You're listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Podcast, powered by AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel Fuel Systems. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel Fuel System doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran is threatening retaliation if nations join the U.S. economic campaign. Security Chief Moshe Razeh says Tehran could target oil shipping routes outside the Strait of Hormuz and consider participating countries as enemies. President Trump is backing Republican Senator Darlene Graham ahead of Tuesday's South Carolina Senate primary runoff.
We're going to elect Senator Darlene Graham to fight for South Carolina and to always put America first.
Graham faces Congressman Ralph Norman for the Republican nomination to succeed her late brother Lindsey Graham's Senate term. President Trump can continue building the White House ballroom for now.
On Friday, the Supreme Court issued a stay on a lower court's ruling that paused work on the project. The stay will remain in place as the High Court continues to weigh Trump's appeal of the lower court's ruling. Trump has argued the ballroom project is a matter of national security. I'm Wendy Swanson.
The U.S. is imposing a 50% tariff on around $20 billion worth of Canadian goods. Trade talks collapsed. Canada says they're going to retaliate dollar for dollar beginning September 8th, targeting products including steel, dairy, electronics, and agriculture equipment.
The deal with Canada is moving along, and we should be able to have a deal with Canada. We're also starting on a new deal with Mexico, a much better deal for the United States. I only make good deals.
The escalating dispute could also complicate future U.S.-Canada trade agreements. The FDA has authorized a first-of-its-kind robotic device designed to draw blood from patients without manual human intervention.
Called Aletta, the machine uses infrared light and Doppler ultrasound to locate veins. Health officials say the robot achieved success rates matching human phlebotomists and will help combat critical laboratory staffing shortages. I'm Matt Mattinson.
West Texas Intermediate, the domestic crude price is trading at $86 a barrel, while Brent crude, the foreign market benchmark's at $94. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel. StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
New research says the San Andreas Fault may be slipping faster than originally believed.
Professor Kim Blisniak, an earthquake geologist at San Jose State University, conducted the research for a new paper. She told the San Francisco Chronicle that she looked at 10,000 years of data in her work, while previous research only examined 1,000 years. The movement specifically applies to a portion of the San Andreas Fault in Northern California. Higher slip rates can often mean more earthquakes. Her study is not yet published. I'm Rich Cassone.
The Lindsay Clancy murder trial is entering its final phase in Massachusetts. Prosecutors are expected to finish rebuttal testimony tomorrow before closing arguments, which could begin as early as Tuesday. Clancy admits strangling her 3 children back in 2023, but argues postpartum psychosis left her not criminally responsible. Gold's trading at $46.11 an ounce, while silver's around $69 an ounce. Democrats are deciding between Boston, Denver, and Philly for the 2028 DNC.
Democratic National Committee Chair Ken Martin discussed the decision on his X platform, saying each city presented a strong bid. Atlanta and Chicago were trimmed off the final list of potential sites. The 3 selected cities could offer some insight into what the party is looking to find in the next presidential election. Denver has been the site of a growing progressive movement within the party, and Boston has a strong Democratic donor base. Philadelphia is in a key swing state that President Trump won in the last election. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away.
it? That's all? Weekend over? No. Just like that. Yeah, well, and once they said all good things come to an end. I don't know. But that's it. We wrap up another weekend. Here we go. Kick off our final week in the month of August here, as we shall turn the page on the calendar, time zone to time zone, 24th. Summertime getting behind us awfully quick, isn't it? So trust you had a good weekend. And away we go. Back in the saddle again. Back to work we go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Definitely a cool night outside the secret bunker. I had that frontal system come through over the weekend. Going to see some very cool, crisp mornings here for the next couple of days. And more real estate will be seeing some of these cooler temperatures roll in. Yeah, we'll break it all down for you coming up here. How about the Freedom 250? Did you get a chance to catch the racing action in D.C. this past day? I did not realize they had an IROC race prior to the actual IndyCar race. That caught me by surprise. And how about that Jeff Gordon? At 55 years old, he still got it, winning the IROC race in D.C. Another feather in the cap there for the racing legend. There'll never be another like Jeff Gordon, will there? All righty, so lots to break down. What has unfolded since we last spoke Friday morning? Canada, USA, no deal. That's the breakdown. I kind of anticipated that. I told you Friday morning. I wouldn't be holding my breath for them to get that deal by the midnight hour Friday night. So here we go, another back and forth. Are we going to have a trade war with Canada? All the latest there. Developments, supposed to get more details here in the day ahead. I believe a press conference 2 o'clock this afternoon. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent going to be given all the details, I guess, all the nitty-gritty on the economic D-Day being implemented against Iran starting today. That and so much more, industry headlines, and all right, roll it into a Monday.
Today's weather is brought to you by OOIDA. Since 1973, we've been built to have truckers' backs, fighting for your rights, your business, and your future. Learn more at OOIDA.com.
All right, I mentioned cooler temperatures, that is for sure. For some, after a cold front moved through much of the Midwest and Northeast overnight Saturday night into Sunday morning, cooler air from Canada settles across the region early this week. Highs are going to be a good 5-10 degrees below average, right, at least through Wednesday. Yeah, conditions in Detroit, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, New York, more typical of, say, mid-September versus late August here. Cooler, less humid air already reaching parts of the Midwest as northerly winds develop across the region. Dew points, the moisture in the air dropping into the 40s and 50s, making conditions very comfortable for August standards. According to AccuWeather, morning fog may also reduce visibility for some motorists, especially near the river valleys, as the ground remains nearly saturated from the recent rainfalls, with the Great Lakes remaining relatively warm and brisk northwest winds moving in. Some lake effect rain showers are expected through Monday in areas immediately downwind. Temperatures going to be sticking in the 60s for those areas. Plenty of Atlantic moisture expected to remain across eastern portions of the Northeast. Well, that's winding down now. By later today, Monday, cooler, less humid air spreads across that region. Nighttime temperatures going to be falling into the 50s and 60s across the interior Northeast, especially from the Adirondacks south into northern Pennsylvania. Lows will likely bottom out in the 40s for some during that time frame. The big dip in the jet streams going to move out of the area by Wednesday, which will allow for some warmer, more humid air to return for the second half of the week. Meanwhile, it's going to be a rather active weather setup across portions of the country, enough to fuel some severe thunderstorms and heavy downpours, again shifting further west again. Portions of the Rockies and the Plains, as well as parts of the Northeast through Tuesday. This just days after a large complex of thunderstorms producing tornadoes from Pennsylvania to New Jersey. Following Saturday's severe weather, additional rounds of severe thunderstorms impacting northern portions of the Rockies and the Great Plains. Further east, the severe weather threat will not be as widespread. Some stronger thunderstorms could still produce some heavy downpours, maybe some gusty winds, and small hail. Additional rounds of thunderstorms expected to develop across northern portions of the Great Plains here for the start of the new week. Localized damaging wind gusts and hail, the main hazards. Downpours and strong winds could lead to some travel disruptions during the Monday evening commute. Severe thunderstorms are expected to develop again Tuesday afternoon and evening across portions of the Great Plains, say from central Nebraska into portions of Colorado, Kansas, and Oklahoma. Central states, the focal point. Flash flooding, hail, localized damaging wind gusts, the main hazards there again Tuesday. Heavy downpours could lead to some travel disruptions, especially along the Interstate 70 corridor, they tell us. Coming up, we'll take a look at some of the lingering heat and thunderstorm activity that's been occurring, kind of like the monsoon season out west. Again, that is the case tonight. A lot of spotty shower activity, most of it not severe. There are a few stronger thunderstorms, some small cells just to the south of Phoenix, I see at this hour. I think someone, Road Trips chimed in a few moments ago, said we've actually got a dust storm warning for the Phoenix area right now. The outflow from some of those thunderstorms kicking up the dust out west. Meanwhile, back to the radar, there is a cluster of showers, thunderstorms, southeastern portions of Colorado and the westernmost reaches of the Oklahoma Panhandle. Again, aside from that spotty shower activity from Elko, Nevada, some showers, thunderstorms in and around Salt Lake City tonight. Pretty much high and dry through the southern tier of the country, from Texas to the Carolinas. A few spotty showers in the southeasternmost reaches of Ohio, moving through northernmost West Virginia over into western Pennsylvania. We do see a cluster there in northwestern Pennsylvania, rolling up towards, say, Jamestown, New York tonight. Showery activity. I guess that's that lake effect rain they were talking about, right? Coming off of Lake Erie. Meanwhile, trust you had a wonderful weekend, getting a new week underway.
Today's weather is brought to you by OOIDA. Since 1973, we've been built to have truckers' backs, fighting for your rights, your business, and your future. Learn more at OOIDA.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock injector cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Well, good morning to the Guardian of Chaos, where it is after the midnight hour in the former Constitution State. 67 degrees. Forecast high says 80 here for Monday. The next few days supposed to be beautiful. Everybody stay safe, and thanks for the ride. You got it, John Ferguson. Well, here we are again. Happy Monday, everybody. Had a productive weekend, doing some things around the shop. Doing some cleaning, need a truck out before it gets cold. Otherwise, we're a cool 60 degrees here in East Central Iowa tonight. All right, we'll deliver in Sioux City. First stop in the morning. Yeah, we'll head on down to Omaha. A couple of other deliveries after that, who knows? Everyone, please continue to pray for this nation. We are under a full-fledged attack. Yeah, from Islam and everything that has to do with it. Everybody stay safe. Have a good, productive evening. So, good afternoon. Hello, Larry. 73 in White Plains, New York tonight. Headed to Hartford, Connecticut as we get the new week underway. Hello, Marianne. Morning, all the overnight listening family. Did some trimming with the weed eater until the battery died. All right, raking the yard, have some more yard work to do. Everybody have a blessed day. Hello, Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday, everybody. Well, it's Friday, part 1 for me. Rolling back from a Paducah run. A very comfortable 74 here at the West Memphis Airport. Just giving everybody a heads up, Memphis had some pretty nasty storms roll through Saturday afternoon. Yeah, following the storms, 125,000 without power. That's down to just under 66,000 as of 9 o'clock this past evening Central Time, a few hours ago. A lot of damage, power outages in the airport and the southeastern parts of Memphis. So, yeah, just a heads up if you have a delivery in the area today. It might not hurt to give a call. Make sure they're open because they may not have power. Also, northern Mississippi wasn't hit that hard, but there are a few minor power outages and some storm damage there. Oh, and before I forget, anybody heard from Pepe? I heard he went to Alabama on a mission to guard a broke-down donut truck over the weekend. I saw that post you shared there. Big Duncan truck on the hook. Look forward to your call there later, Brain Dead. Tony, hello, Steve, and the entire Hot Shots Nation from southern Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. We are at 70 degrees. Very nice this hour. Looks like a beautiful night in store. For a lot of folks are saying, throw open those windows. Good sleeping weather. Get some fresh air in the house. James, can you believe 34 years ago at this hour, Hurricane Andrew was bearing down on southern Florida as a Category 5 hurricane. Wow, 34 years. Yeah, I remember when Andrew rolled through. Absolutely. All right, Gary Montgomery. Hello, Steve, and all the overnight crew. There's Michael. Morning, good evening. Got done early. Should be home shortly to start my crazy time off. Later, we're going to take the 14-year-old pup to the vet, do some dental work. They're going to do some blood work as well, make sure the weight loss is because of her teeth. We all know the pain of bad teeth. Plus, my wife's best friend left her abusive boyfriend, and I agreed to let her stay at our place till she can get back on her feet. So we got to help remove her stuff. Between the stress of hoping the dog's teeth are the only issue and life with two women in their early 60s, oh boy. 57 degrees here, though, at the Homeworth, Ohio. Partly cloudy skies, some spotty showers. Off to my version of the weekend here. Hope everybody has a blessed, safe day out there. Iron Duck, what do you say? Morning overnight crew checking in from Fort Stockton, Texas tonight. Got a load of lumber that I picked up out of Ontario, California, delivering to Huntsville, Texas. We're at 87 degrees at this hour. Keep the rubber side down. Yeah, notice one place where we're not seeing those refreshing, cooler temperatures. And, the heat is still on in Texas. Summertime shows no signs of dying off there. Temperatures expected, 100-plus degrees for much of the week ahead once again in a large chunk of Texas there. Hello to the two-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. Morning, Steve. 66 degrees. No heat dome under starlit skies. Abaco, Iowa. We've got the well-lit, powerful, chrome-plated cow truck pointed east to the land of Lincoln at a high rate of speed. It's an epic night for some live action trailer trucking across the American heartland. How about a special shout-out to Horse Feathers from the Corn Patch tonight? Well, speaking of two-time, I thought maybe we'll get some of your input about the president's announcement over the weekend. A lot of beef talk here. Let me start with America's largest trade association of cattle producers. Following up on the president's announcement to lower beef prices, saying they call it political theater. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association, that represents more than 175,000 cattle producers and feeders, said that the strategy is actually going to do more harm than good for the industry. Friday, the president said the U.S. is going to allow up to 300,000 metric tons of beef to be imported with no out-of-quota tariff over the next 90 days. The association says today's announcement is not about helping producers. It's not about putting their finger on the scale for one cattle industry group or another. It's 100% about the 74 days between now and the midterms. In the same post, the association said encouraging more beef imports undermines American cattle producers at a time when they're making decisions about rebuilding their herd numbers for next year. They say the administration's repeated whiplash on trade policy directly affects rural cattle producers. U.S. farmers and ranchers, we need stability, they say. Now, unlike spur-of-the-moment trade decisions based on White House social media posts, the decisions and investments ranchers make in their herds are made years in advance, not days or weeks. In a separate statement, CEO Colin Woodall said the association was disappointed, in his words. This announcement and other market interventions are throwing cold water on the prospect of herd expansion and sacrifices long-term stability for short-term messaging. In recent years, the industry, as we know, has been bogged down by the high costs associated with raising cattle, the shrinking national cattle inventory, and land constraints due to drought conditions. As a result, yes, beef's got very pricey for everyday Americans. Yeah, that's not good news for the president, who made reducing costs and tempering inflation a pillar of his presidential campaign. Many people say they're still struggling to stay afloat. The gas prices, the stagnant real estate market, that frustration could indeed bubble up at the polls come November. This month, a report published by research marketplace CINT said over half the respondents ranked the cost of living as top issues influencing their vote for the midterms. Surprise, surprise. But all right, let's get a news update. A service of Industrial Injection. Heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran is promising a devastating response to new U.S. economic sanctions.
This after the Trump administration said it plans to impose the toughest sanctions in history on Iran and economic consequences for any country that assists Iran. The chief of staff of Iran's armed forces said that Iran's armed forces will respond to the enemy's new threats with crushing, punishing, and devastating responses. I'm Michael Kastner.
The U.S. is pausing higher tariffs on ground beef imports for 90 days in order to lower the cost for consumers.
President Trump made the announcement on Truth Social, saying the nation will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported without the higher rate. He said the White House is making the move as it works to, quote, reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to grow again. I'm Monica Nelson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So your next 5 minutes could be your most productive 5 minutes in years, at least when it comes to your finances anyway. That's all it takes to find out exactly how much you'll save joining Medi-Share versus what you're paying now for healthcare. It's very typical for people to find out they can save hundreds a month, thousands a year. The typical family saves up to $500 a month. And healthcare sharing is different. It's refreshing different. We know from member surveys, people love saving the money, of course, but they also just like Medi-Share more than what they were doing before for healthcare costs. And it's not a new thing. It's been proven for more than 30 years. Hundreds of thousands of Americans are part of this. So call them now. They are great to talk to. And very quickly, you'll find out what you can save. You can get your questions answered. Your next 5 minutes could mean saving hundreds a month, month after month. And here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups us today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Hi, shout out to Jason. Good morning, Steve. Passing through Carthage, Texas. 84 degrees, partly cloudy skies, dry roads. Headed toward Beaumont, Texas with a load of steel tonight. Hey, listening family, be safe out there. Hey, Norman, checking in from north central Kansas. Nice evening, 70 degrees. Some clouds with the moon shining through. Everybody have a great morning. I did say I'm still retired, but driving some. As long as I don't have to run, jump, or climb. Okay. Very good. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's now after the midnight hour on the greatest day of the week. Another weekend in the books. I'm about down to a 40-ounce skull buster in false reality. Yeah, sinus speaking terms. Yeah, I saw the doctor Friday, right? Antibiotics in the system seem to be helping. Give it another day or two. All right, let's go. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Nice, cool night here in Harrison. Not sure, but I think the temperature probably about 70. I'm thinking, yeah, that may be a little cooler. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 72 at this hour. Had some family over to grill out and do some swimming yesterday. Good day for swimming. It was hot. Grilled some steaks, baked taters, Vidalia onions with garlic and butter. Wildcat made a salad. Yeah, cut up a watermelon. That was good. All right, we're unloading from Idaho about 1 o'clock. Coming back to the house for a couple hours, then we'll head to St. Louis for a pickup Tuesday afternoon. And then it's off to Springfield, Missouri for a large pickup. 2 other trucks going to be headed back to Georgia. Unload Friday morning. We'll process the units for the recycling center and another customer. And then we'll be headed out next Sunday for Youngstown, Ohio, and Toledo for some more pickups. I got to catch the last 35 laps or so of the Freedom 250 race. That was a pretty exciting race. What an accomplishment for Trump to pull it off with all the scumbag Democrats against it. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Yeah, I was like on the opposite side of the spectrum. I was able to tune in some, the pre-race activities, the pre-race festivities, the flyovers, and all. Boy, it was an incredible start to the day there. I got to watch maybe the first 90 minutes of the race. I think I had to hit the hay about 2:30 in the afternoon. So, but yeah, that was quite an exciting race there this past day. Good. Everything I've read as far as people that tuned in, said that they thought it was incredible. A big 2 thumbs up. We got to do this again sometime, sort of thing, right? All right, we were talking the inflation thing. The inflation issues, they're a pain, but I've not heard what the Democrats have as far as a plan to tackle it, other than impeaching Trump, right? Well, essentially. Hello, Jeffrey, Southern Florida. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. There's Mark. Good morning, Steve. Daylight just breaking here in the UK as we head for the east coast of England today. 27 ton of flat steel. Wishing you and all the listeners out there a great day. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, 84, Elk Grove, California tonight. I see Highway 395 is closed north of Reno due to the Hawk fire. Tonight, Mrs. Claus and I making Nicaraguan tamales. Imagine a tamale larger than a softball with all kinds of great ingredients not found in traditional Mexican tamale. Yeah, I'll send you a picture, all right? Nicaraguan tamales. Sounds different. All right, so back real quick to the beef talk here. A separate story says, while it is well-intentioned, the president's plan to temporarily permit more foreign beef imports in without paying the higher tariffs will ultimately just kind of exacerbate the long-term stock shortage in the cattle industry, which could ultimately directly lead to higher long-term beef prices. Beef is a very cyclical industry, largely driven by the fact that it takes 9 months to create a new calf and another year or 2 at minimum to bring it to market and process it. Because of the difficulty of predicting demand that far out, plus the difficulty of matching supply to that demand, we end up with big swings in prices every 5 to 10 years. That's a cycle. Right now, we're at the price peak in a cycle. The only way to bring prices back down is to increase supply. That can only happen when farmers choose to retain cows to breed and grow the stock instead of selling them today. That is called heifer retention. When prices are high, farmers want to sell stock. When they're low, farmers want to hold back the stock. That's the revenue side. Then there's the cost side. Beef costs are driven by the 3 F's: feed, fertilizer, and fuel. Right now, the cost of all 3 are way up. Drought has driven up the costs of hay and corn, so both raising and finishing cattle is more expensive. Fertilizer costs have been high for years, due in part to the war in Ukraine. And, of course, gas prices have been nuts because of Iran. When costs are high, it makes more sense to sell a heifer than to retain it and breed it. Now, imagine what happens when you're at a cyclical peak, leading to high prices at the same time that costs are sky high. Stock gets sold off instead of being bred, and the supply shrinks. Not good, they say. So wouldn't that mean imports are a great way to fill the gap? Yeah, well, not at all, they say. I can't help but wonder who's advising the president on this. Because he's, touting this as a great way for the American consumer. We're going to begin seeing prices come down, right? Now, a sudden surge of foreign imports means a short-term and only short-term dip in prices at best. But that's going to lead domestic producers to sell more of their stock right now, trying to get ahead of the dip, they're saying. But it's even worse than that. As stocks dwindle, processors are going to reduce capacity. They can't afford to run 7 days a week long-term if the long-term supply is dwindling and only providing, say, 4 or 5 days worth of cattle to process. So not only will imports not fix the long-term supply problem, they will actually result in long-term, perhaps even permanent production capacity reductions. This is not a theoretical problem constrained to an economics textbook. This is already happening in the United States, as we've just seen recently. Tyson, one of the biggest beef processors, announcing the shuttering of a massive facility in Utah due to a lack of supply to process. Closing another facility in Illinois and selling off a third in Washington. JBS, another massive processor, shutting down a plant in Pennsylvania and Tennessee earlier this year. The biggest domestic processors are radically reducing their processing capacity because the long-term stock is too low to support it. And if you want to know what happens when domestic industrial capacity shutdowns are paired with foreign imports, look no further than the American timber industry. After Canada started dumping their subsidized lumber into our markets, prices for domestic lumber were artificially pushed down. Lumber processing capacity cratered, and within a matter of years, America's lumber industry was destroyed, even though we had more than enough raw timber. All because of short-sighted trade policy that ignored the obvious long-term effects of imports on supply and production capacity. So this guy says, instead of looking for short-term Band-Aids to mask the beef price problem headed into the midterms, the administration should rather focus on ways to incentivize heifer retention to increase the long-term cattle supply. This, he says, is the only way to be able to get through this. What do you say? Two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Lauren.
How are you, Steve?
Greatest day of the week.
Yes, sir, it is. Hey, there's several things here. First off, I'm going to start by saying that the NCBA is, they represent producers, but they're also on the side of the big packing houses. And that's where our organization, U.S. Cattlemen's Association, came out of, is that we're a absolute producer-driven organization. And, I've talked about it in the past. When I was out in Washington, D.C. in 2019 to do that lobbying for our hours of service and our ELD exemption, I had to sit through meetings with producers. They always did the transportation stuff last. And one of the things that I really got alerted to was several of the things they're not talking about. Tyson, JBS, and Cargill are all heavily invested in the alternative protein industry, meaning that the fake meat and the lab-grown stuff. And I didn't really pay a lot of attention to that because it initially died out when they tried to get those Impossible Whoppers and that. But now, all these years later, when you travel like the Midwest, especially in Illinois and Indiana, you're seeing 1,000-acre fields that are all solar panels now. And we're talking what used to be corn and soybean ground, and it's not wind towers you can farm around. So I think part of what's happening is, there's a drop back in the herds, but I think Tyson is kind of playing into trying to get that more to a lab-grown meat deal, to be honest with you. Now, the other thing that's not being really discussed in any industry that's going to start happening, and we're seeing it, especially in farming and ranching, is that all of your baby boomer ranchers are retiring. They're getting out of it. There's a majority of your ranchers and farmers are over 60 years old now. We've talked about it before, Steve. You and I are the bottom generation. All of us are going to be 62 this year, and the oldest ones are going to be 80. And that's been addressed a little bit, some of the things I've seen about this. But, the whole importing beef thing, they would use stock from Mexico for a lot of years to fill feedlots as a way to cover some of that, and that got cut back, and then Trump put these tariffs on stuff, so some of that import that was coming in to help alleviate the strain has been reduced also. So there's a number of things, but you also, if you look it up, you'll see where last year actual beef consumption was up 12% too, even with the price being up. So there's many factors involved in this, and whereas with a hog, a sow will have several litters in a year of numerous babies, but they're right. It's hard because a cow will only have one calf. And then I saw somewhere too that Amy Klobuchar and a Republican senator are putting together legislation that's going to allow ranchers to start using their land again. They're going to take this, because some of it too that they're not saying is that there's been restriction on some of this land for running cattle on it too, and they're going to go in and put legislation out there where they're going to allow ranchers to use their own land again to start raising cattle to help eliminate it too. So there's a lot of factors that are involved in all of this, and that was a little bit touched on in what you read there. But there's a big it's a big situation, and I don't know that we're going to see, to be honest with you, the producers for the first time ever have been making money. And like you said, they're going to be selling a lot to make money. They're taking advantage of making this money, like I said, that are just getting out of it because they're old and they don't want to fight it anymore, because it's a young man's game when you got to rebuild your herd and be active in it, and a lot of them guys have had enough of it. They're finally getting enough to pay their bills off and have a little bit left over and retire. So, I don't know what the solution is to fix it, but those are some other things that are going on there too.
Yeah, okay. So when we see the Hollywood version of say Yellowstone or the Duttons right now, is that a pretty realistic portrayal of the cattle biz?
Well, you've got I've got good friends that work like at the 4-6s. There's a lot of large there's some large ranches that are out there, but they're only a small portion of what's happening. And I'll be honest with you, I have not seen one episode of Yellowstone. I mean, I shouldn't say that I started to watch it. any show that starts dropping F-bombs is
Gotcha.
I won't watch it.
Gotcha.
So I've never really seen it. I know what it was about, and I can tell you this: they don't kill people on ranches. I know that they don't drive to the train station or nothing. But you know that those ranches only have so much cattle on them, and a lot of them are taking other people's cattle and raising them. You know, or guys are shipping stuff. A lot of what we do in our business too is that we'll take cattle out of Florida and move them up to different grass, because a lot of your Florida grass isn't very nutritious for cattle. So a lot of that stuff will go to feedlots. But you know, another dynamic you'll have too, Steve, is that cattle from Georgia, if you haul them up to Missouri, they won't eat the grass. If they don't know what it is, they won't eat it. And so you got to kind of acclimate them into wanting to eat that grass. It's the same thing if you move stuff from up here to an area where they're foreign to what grass is there. That's why you got to supplement with hay quite a bit, you know, and until you get cattle that are acclimated to the land that they're in, they could be standing waist deep in grass, and if they're not familiar with it, they won't eat it.
Wow.
So yeah, there's a lot of things, and that's what when you hear us in our industry talking about doing pasture moves, that's one of the things that's going on. Is that a guy might have cattle on grass for moving to feedlot, but then we've also taken them from backgrounding lots where they're raising them up off their mamas and moving them into a different pasture, or you've got them, you know, in one part of the country to move them to another part of the country, and then they're doing that to acclimate them into grass. I used to work for an outfit that we serviced a bunch of ranches out in Nevada and Oregon, and those cowboys there, that guy, when he bought those ranches, they didn't have any cattle on them, so you're buying grass cattle up out of Montana, and you're bringing bred heifers down there, and those cowboys got to work with them to get them acclimated to being out and foraging on the desert, learning how to eat out there. But if they drop the calf and the calf doesn't know any better, then, you know, the calf will survive. But, you know, it's all those different scenarios, and that's a little off track of what we're talking about. But I don't know how long it's going to take, and if they will fully rebuild our numbers on our cattle herd, because right now there's producers that are making good money, and so I think that it's going to take a while. But I don't know that importing anything is going to be beneficial or not. And it seems to me like Donald Trump's following a lot of Joe Biden's policies when it comes to the cattle business. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, I appreciate the input there. I figured if anybody would have some take on that, it would be you.
I know a little bit. There's probably guys out there know a lot more about it than I do. I mean, I'm just basically a driver. I'm not a cattleman. But I did, like I said, I did sit through all those meetings and learned quite a bit by just keeping my mouth shut and listening to the producers talk, to the representatives, and about all the different issues that are out there. And a lot of what you addressed right there had been talked about. But, you know, there's also, you got to remember, they put a lot of restriction on land out here too. These politicians do, just for environmental reasons, or, you know, there's out in Nevada, it had something to do with prairie chickens or something, you know. And if there's a certain kind of a mouse, California went through that. They couldn't farm land out there, good fertile farmland, because of some kind of a silver-bellied mouse that a guy just dug up with his disc plow. And so they went and banned a lot of the farming on that for 5 years to let that mouse population build itself up again. So there's a lot of real sick-minded people in politics that pull this kind of stuff.
Wow.
Have a good evening, Steve.
All right. Thank you for chiming in there. Have a great day. Thanks for being a part of the show. Two-time world champion bull hauler. So I guess aside from being an historic event in our nation's capital this past day, you did kind of watch history in the making. Kyle Kirkwood's 128 laps led at the Freedom 250, they say are the most ever in a non-oval IndyCar race. Yeah, the previous record was 112, set by Dan Gurney at Riverside International Raceway Road Course all the way back in 1968. So Kyle Kirkwood, domination, that was the word there in our nation's capital this past day. Pretty impressive. Congratulations. Great race. Meanwhile, all right, the greatest day of the week comes our way, ready or not. Rolling into a Monday around the country, it's 844-844-3388. All right. Buckeye Boy says, why don't they agree to hold the tariffs for 18 to 24 months to get prices down, and that gives the beef growers time to breed and raise the beef so they can start processing them at a time to keep the prices steady. Well, as Lauren said, I guess there's a lot more behind the scenes in that business, way above my pay grade. News and service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is preparing to escalate economic pressure on Iran, with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent expected to detail what the administration calls its toughest sanctions yet. The move is aimed at forcing Tehran back to negotiations, but Iran says the economic campaign is going to fail. Nearly 6 months into the war with Iran, the Pentagon says 750 U.S. service members have been wounded. Vermont Democratic Senator Peter Welch.
The president blew it on this war. He thought it would be over in a couple of days. He had no anticipation that Iran, by using drones, asymmetric warfare, would be able to close down the Strait of Hormuz.
The prolonged conflict remains locked in a military and economic stalemate, with Iran claiming control of the Strait of Hormuz. The federal government is announcing a new initiative for better preparedness and response with individuals with autism reported missing.
The Department of Health and Human Services says it will partner with the DOJ and FEMA to better coordinate with emergency management, law enforcement, first responders, and community partners across the nation. HHS says the program's called the National Autism Missing and Endangered Person Alert Initiative, reflecting, they say, a federal commitment to treating such missing cases with the appropriate urgency. In Washington, I'm Scott car.
Research shows physical activity is important in lowering the risk of dementia, but a new study says not all activity is equal.
USC researchers say the reason for that activity actually makes a big difference. In a meta-analysis of 4.2 million people, leisure activities like walking, bike riding, running, swimming, or playing sports resulted in a substantially lower risk of dementia. Physical activity done as part of a job appeared to increase the risk. The findings were published in The Lancet Public Health. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.09 a gallon. Highest prices are in California, lowest in Indiana. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
This is Your Money Minute with Alan Johnson.
1 minute, your money, and here's what matters. Interest rates jumped this week. The 30-year Treasury hit its highest level since 2007, nearly 20 years. And this isn't just an American story. Borrowing costs are moving higher in Europe and Japan as well. Washington stepped in and tried to push those rates back down, and it worked for about a day. And gold noticed, and gold is up roughly 10% this month. And now here's what you and I are watching. Friday, the 28th, Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh speaks in Wyoming, less than 3 weeks before the Fed's next interest rate decision. Wall Street will be listening, so will I. I'm Alan Johnson, 40 years in finance, 28 years in precious metals.
Your Money Minute is presented by Heritage Gold Partners. Call Alan Johnson at 833-577-4653.
Mark Ruffalo is pushing back after Paramount Skydance accused him of using anti-Semitic tropes while criticizing its proposed Warner Brothers Discovery merger. Ruffalo says his criticism targets Israeli government policies, military contracts, and corporate executives, not the Jewish people. The late April freeze around New Jersey is coming back now to haunt all the people who generally look forward to picking their own apples at farms in September and October.
The peaches were a no-go this summer.
These are earlier peach trees that we had, and these just had nothing on them.
But turns out the rows of apple trees are about 70% full at Demarest Farm in Hillsdale, which is good compared to other farms in the Garden State after the weather this spring killed a lot of crops.
We had a week of 90-degree weather in March, and it caused all the trees to activate and say, hello, we're waking up from our sleep. And then we had a freeze in April.
So no pick your own options at many other farms this fall around New Jersey. The state did ask for $300 million in federal aid to help the farmers make up for this year's losses. I'm Levon Putney.
Manhattan's legendary Carnegie Deli, known for its famous pastrami sandwiches, has been slated to reopen in September.
The new Midtown location will be at 7th Avenue and 54th Street, just a block away from the old one. The New York Daily News reports it's bringing back not only its famous pastrami and corned beef sandwiches, but its original look. A representative says the goal was to keep its history intact by still providing waiter service and walk-in only seating as it introduces the iconic restaurant to the next generation. I'm Rob Martier.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
like that, a brand new day. Unfolding from time zone to time zone. How about a Monday? Where did the weekend go? I guess you could say it went by as fast as the Freedom 250. That was a fast one. All righty, trust you had a good weekend. We welcome you aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, promise we take a look out west. Travelers' weather, lingering heat, limited moisture, and a storm moving in from the Pacific, increasing the risk of ongoing wildfires and new blazes being set, lightning strikes. In some cases, these storms that produce very little or no rain that actually reaches the ground, coupled with the tinder-dry vegetation, ideal conditions for new wildfires and existing fires to spread quickly. Breezing conditions allowing these burning embers to travel well away from the parent fire, potentially starting new blazes. And the erratic winds also making firefighting difficult and dangerous. As of Sunday, this past day, wildfires across the U.S. has burned some 7.5 million acres, according to the National Interagency Fire Center. That's nearly 170% of the 10-year average to date. Of course, we've had the recent fires near Spokane, Washington, forcing tens of thousands to evacuate, burning more than 10,000 acres, hundreds of homes destroyed. As we know, that was not, though, a lightning-sparked blaze. That was an arson blaze. Meanwhile, at this point, we know this particular fire, which is currently raging, a fast-moving wildfire that jumped the fire trucks and made it difficult for crews to reach hotspots, now destroying homes in northwest Reno, Nevada. Shifting winds, challenging firefighters, trying to bring it under control. Authorities have urged some 90,000 people to evacuate. At least 6 people, 3 first responders and 3 civilians have been injured. Officials simply say this fire was human-caused. They did not provide details on how they reached that conclusion or whether it was intentionally set or accidental. This is the Hawk Fire that started Saturday, quickly growing to more than 23 square miles as it spread across the Peavine Peak area of the Humboldt-Tyabe National Forest. Rugged foothills surrounded by homes and businesses near the California state line. Some 42,000 residents have been ordered evacuated as the Go Now zone expanded, reaching the edge of the University of Nevada. An additional 45,000 people in the adjacent evacuation warning zone. Authorities implored them to leave and be prepared to stay away for several days because shifting and strengthening winds were expected to make this fire even more unpredictable. According to the county sheriff, please get out if you can right now. Now, a video posted via social media, one woman showing her home entirely burned down with a scorched basketball hoop still standing. I woke up this morning. I just started crying. All my kids, they've lost everything. We lost all our stuff. Now, she'd been watching her son's football game Saturday when she learned their home on the outskirts of Reno was in the evacuation zone. There's an app the family used to track the fire's progress that had been lagging significant behind the actual location. So they thought firefighters had kept the blaze from their neighborhood. Instead, she, her husband, and 4 children raced to save their dogs and whatever possessions they could retrieve. Ash raining down, the wind blowing like a blast furnace, and a wall of flames advancing down the hillside toward their neighborhood. I kept looking outside, and the flames were getting closer and closer. And every time I looked, I was like, we got to go now. They were able to grab a handful of clothes, a Bible, her wedding photos, and her mother's ashes in a frenzy as firefighters yelled at the family to go. She said she forgot her family's birth certificates and was unable to salvage childhood photos. Nevada's governor declaring a state of emergency in Washoe County, mobilizing the National Guard to support aerial firefighting with 2 helicopter crews, as well as 60 troops to help police safeguard the evacuated neighborhoods. Right now, some 800 fire personnel, nearly 10,000 without power in Washoe County as of Sunday. Portions of U.S. Route 395, a major north-south highway, were closed due to the fire. Reno, with more than 280,000 residents, is the largest city in Nevada outside of the metro Las Vegas area. Washoe County emergency officials have opened the Reno Sparks Convention Center for evacuees, but said you cannot bring pets. Small animals and large animals were to be left at 2 other locations. Casinos in Reno offering discounts on hotel rooms to people that have had to evacuate. The fire was so small Saturday morning, it wasn't even a concern. One resident who was camping over the weekend, but by the next day, their home was in the evacuation zone. The wind really blew it up. Saturday alone, 15 new fires popped up across Nevada. With months of dry weather and a record lack of snow this past winter across the American West, creating prime fire conditions. All right, let's see. Retired police officer and firefighter Ted Meldon said he's seen his share of Mother Nature's fury since moving to Reno earlier this month from South Carolina. So far, he's experienced a hailstorm with flash flooding, 2 different power outages, and now the second wildfire incident in just the past 2 weeks. In the 2 years that he lived in South Carolina, Meldon said Hurricane Helene brought down trees in his yard while a tornado did some damage in his neighborhood. For the moment, he has not been ordered to leave, but the bags are packed, just in case. It is 844-844-3388. Prayers for those involved. And as Santa Claus mentioned here just a bit earlier, they've got 395 closed north of Reno, due, again, to the Hawk Fire. So keep that in mind. It's been a few days since we've heard from Eagle. What's been happening, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm at the house right now, so I couldn't call in the last couple of days, but unfortunately I'm back out on the road again, and it looks like the law enforcement is out here too. They doing some serious deals down in Texas. Anybody coming to Texas? I don't know if it's. Maybe you could check on it. I don't know. I think they said August the 23rd through the 28th or whatever the hell it is. They're supposed to be doing a brake check deal in the U.S. I don't know if it's every city, every state or what. But they got law enforcement out in droves in Texas pulling over trucks. Writing out tickets. They're not playing games. Yeah, you got to make sure everything is correct when you come to Texas right now. Greg Abbott yeah, these guys got some serious law enforcement. I don't know if it's money deal or what, but they definitely out. But yeah, it's hot. Like I said, you lucky where you at. It's down. The whole state of Texas is blazing hot. It's 100, 105, 107 in Dallas and Houston, San Antonio. All the major cities are well over 100 degrees. So it's real. You better make sure you got your air conditioner working too when you come to Texas. That's another thing you want to have working, because if you don't, you're going to regret it. You get down to Texas with no air conditioner. I promise you that. But yeah, a lot of events is taking place, over the weekend. Sports-wise, I'll give a quick update, and then I'll get to the politics deal, with NASCAR. NASCAR ran today in New Hampshire, and Blaney won the race today, Ford driver. So, yeah, that's not good. I think Bubba Wallace came in second. I didn't get to see the action. I listened to a little bit of it on the radio, but seemed to be. But they got the good race coming up next week in Daytona. They'll be in Daytona next week. So that's gonna be some good action. I wish I could make it to the race, but I ain't gonna get there this time. But I'll definitely be watching Daytona to see what happens in that deal. It's always gonna be a big wreck or something more than likely. So I'll definitely be watching next Sunday for the race on Sunday. But yeah, some things are taking place, Steve, over the weekend. With this situation in Iran, I don't know what Donald Trump is talking about. I heard something about tomorrow he's supposed to announce some kind of big plan for Iran, financially wise or something. So we'll see what happens with that. They haven't gave out no details on what's going to happen, but Iran, they're not very happy about it, from what I'm understanding. They saying that if Trump does what they think he gonna do, that they not gonna. Well, they claim that there is oil moving out of the Strait of Hormuz, so they say ships are getting out with oil, but Iran claim that they gonna put a stop to that if whatever Trump has to announce tomorrow. So we'll see what happens tomorrow with that situation, because Iran, like I say, these guys, they hurting, and they don't want to admit it, but they down on their luck. They can't pay their military people. I'm surprised those people ain't revolting. They can't pay the military. They can't pay a lot of the workers and the people that's associated with the government. They're financially being strained. We'll see how much longer they can hold out. Because that oil is the number one revenue maker for them. So, they playing a good game right now, but eventually hopefully they'll have to fold up and call it a day. I heard somebody say, I don't know if that was false news, over the weekend they claimed that some Iranian guy claiming he was ready to make a deal with the U.S., but that never transpired. So we'll see what happens with that. But I think they might be running out of gas, Steve. They might be running out of steam. Hopefully, the main thing we got to do in this situation is keep China and Russia out of this deal. We can't allow, somehow we got to keep them from getting involved in trying to help out Iran. We got to keep them two countries out of the deal, and I think if the U.S. can keep them out of the deal, they can end this thing. And but unfortunately, like I said before, Steve, the gas prices are continuing to go up. Unfortunately, close to $6 just about everywhere I'm rolling now. In Texas, it's $6 or close to $6. So we'll be into the $6 to $7 deal here pretty soon, unfortunately. But the main thing I want to talk to you about is this situation with that happened last week up at Dearborn, Michigan. We talked about last week. The motorcycle people showed up and they made their stance and let these people know that this is America and that we can't tolerate this type of behavior. I was very happy to see what those people did, and we need to have more people taking a stance like that. No violence has to take place, but we need to definitely let these people know that they can't come to America and run roughshod on this country and just do whatever they want to do and badmouth the USA and all this and that. And luckily, like I told you, Steve, we got Abbott down in Texas, and he's fighting tooth and nail to keep these people from having these foot wash deals in the airports in Texas, and hopefully they'll be able to stop that from happening. We don't need this type of deal, a foot wash deal in Texas. So hopefully they can stop that. And like I say, nobody's trying to stop these people from practicing their religion, but you have to adapt to the United States, Steve. You have to when you want to come to the USA, you have to live and do the things that American people do. And if you don't want to do that, then you have to go back to where you come from, as far as I'm concerned. So we'll see what happens with that situation. Hopefully they can get it under control. And as a matter of fact, I told you that last week. Hopefully I won't be getting no more loads to Michigan because, like I say, it's a democratically run state. And like I said, I don't care if I ever go. I don't never like Detroit to begin with. So hopefully my company, from what I've been told, we will no longer be doing business in Michigan. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thanks for checking in, Eagle. Safe travels out there as we get the new week underway. Yes, it's being referenced as Economic D-Day against Iran. Yeah, more to come on that just ahead. Quick 2-minute timeout.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Is our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, going to hold a press conference today to spell out the shape and the scope of this economic D-Day against Iran. Preparing the toughest ever sanctions, signaling the campaign will reach beyond Tehran to foreign countries and companies that continue doing business with Iran. This is scheduled for 2 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. According to the statement, Bessent said last week that he'd give details which are expected to expand the economic campaign from sanctions on Iranian entities to secondary sanctions and other pressure on foreign governments, companies, financial networks. Now, they've already signaled several of the targets. As the president last week said, any country whose financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities provide any type of lifeline to Iran, they would face tremendous economic consequences. He specifically cited oil smuggling, swap lines, cash transfers, ship registries, and front companies, saying they all need to stop now. Now, Bessent has described this campaign as an effort to create the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world. Telling CBS News, Washington is effectively asking allies and rivals to decide whether they'll join the effort. Describing the sanctions and the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports as a 1-2 punch. The emphasis is expected to fall heavily on Iran's oil revenue, their principal source of income across the board. Reports from Reuters Friday said Iranian oil offers to Chinese buyers have fallen sharply as the U.S. blockade restricts Iranian exports. Their shipments to China already significantly below their 2025 average. All right, much more to come. News break as we hit the bottom of the hour. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran is promising a devastating response to new U.S. economic sanctions.
This after the Trump administration said it plans to impose the toughest sanctions in history on Iran and economic consequences for any country that assists Iran. The chief of staff of Iran's armed forces said that Iran's armed forces will respond to the enemy's new threats with crushing, punishing, and devastating responses. I'm Michael Kastner.
The U.S. is pausing higher tariffs on ground beef imports for 90 days in order to lower the cost for consumers.
President Trump made the announcement on Truth Social, saying the nation will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported without the higher rate. He said the White House is making the move as it works to, quote, reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to grow again. I'm Monica Nelson.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share, and they love saving tons of money, too. The typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
Good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right. Good to have you with us as we get a new week underway. And I had all but forgot. Yeah, Eagle brought up it's Brake Safety Week. Yeah, the nationwide blitz. Started yesterday. The CVSA's annual event focusing on commercial vehicle brake safety inspections. So, yep, officially underway. Special focus area is brake drums and air disc brake rotors this week. Certified inspectors will be out checking systems, looking for wear, looking for leaks. If you've got critical violations, out of service. So yeah, they're looking at brake drums, looking at rotors for cracks, missing pieces, or severe wear. Air disc brake rotors, contamination, say from oil or grease, brake hoses, lines, low pressure warnings, total stopping performance, and air system pressure. Will all be under the microscope. Of course, he mentioned Texas in particular. They had a separate blitz last week, as a matter of fact. The Texas Department of Public Safety uncovering, what they say, nearly 2,000 violations during a commercial vehicle operation in Mentone, Texas. 351 inspections. 1,935 total violations. It's 5.5 violations per inspection. 167 vehicles placed out of service. 34 drivers placed out of service. More than 1,500 equipment violations, 138 weight violations. 97 registration violations, and a handful of others. So Texas hammered down on commercial vehicle enforcement. All right, I hope you're ready for Brake Safety Week. It's here. Back to Economic D-Day, as it's being referenced. Bassett said the ultimate objective is to put enough economic pressure on Tehran to collapse the Iranian government. He also argued that maximum economic pressure could reduce the need for a return to large-scale military action. If we are doing the maximum economic pressure, that means likely there will not be a large-scale kinetic restart, as he put it. Of course, we're hearing the reports Iran is promising to fight back. The Armed Forces Chief of Staff saying Friday that their response would be crushing, punishing, devastating. According to Reuters, which reported that he said Iranian forces were prepared to respond across land, sea, air, and cyberspace. I think the one definitive threat would be concerns about cyberspace. We know that, I guess they haven't confirmed, but they've been trying to get into water treatment facilities around the country for weeks now. And the warning last week to numerous other systems, including the likes of the power grid. I don't know if this cyber warfare, if they have the technical capabilities to bring that off, but I would be fully anticipating something of that nature. CBS News reported Friday Tehran has finalized a preferential trade agreement with Oman as part of an effort to strengthen commercial relationships in that region after President Trump threatened the economic campaign. China, meanwhile, has rejected the administration's pressure campaign. China's foreign ministry spokesperson said sanctions and pressure will not resolve the conflict and called for a diplomatic solution. So that's where things stand at this point in time. 844-844-3388. Under the industry headlines, I don't know, is there more to the story? It was kind of a bombshell. Chris Spear, the longtime leader of the American Trucking Association, stepped down effective immediately. ATA Chairman Greg Hodgin confirming his departure in a statement issued Friday. Reading, Chris Spear informed our executive committee today he will be departing the American Trucking Association's effective immediately. On behalf of ATA, I thank Chris for more than a decade of service to the association and our industry. During his tenure, the ATA secured significant policy victories, strengthened our advocacy operation, and elevated trucking's voice in Washington. They did not indicate whether or not it was his decision to leave. Back in 2024, he signed a contract with the organization that was scheduled to run through 2029. So, what's going on behind the scenes? I'm not exactly sure. During his tenure, Of course, he had pushed that narrative that the trucking industry was suffering the driver shortage. Over and over, beating that drum, while OOIDA refuted those claims. In recent years, multiple studies have now backed OOIDA's stance, stating there is no driver shortage and any market tightness could be fixed by increasing wages. Even so, Speer and the ATA continued to claim a driver shortage to push for those policies like lowering the interstate driving age to 18, bigger trucks, heavier trucks, streamlining the CDL process. July of last year, at a Senate Surface Transportation Committee hearing, Speer kept that driver shortage narrative going. He said, self-serving, factless claims that there's no driver shortage undermine the serious work of this committee. By September of last year, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said there's not a driver shortage. I do not buy the idea that there are not enough American truck drivers. A search committee will help the ATA's board now, they say, identify who their next president and CEO will be. As that process moves forward, our members can have confidence in ATA's leadership team and staff. We have a clear mission and the people in place to execute. Our work continues full speed ahead. The ATA will remain a strong, unified, effective voice for America's trucking industry. So, just blindsided. Nobody saw that coming. All right, meanwhile, shifting gears a little bit, see what's going on with Brain Dead. Happy Monday.
Man, same to you, Steve, but it's my Friday, though. But how's your weekend there, buddy?
Way too fast.
Yeah, I know. We went swimming over here Saturday. I was leaving the warehouse Saturday afternoon when that storm hit. It was so bad from our warehouse to my first store, which is down by not far from where we live in West Memphis. It's about 30 minutes. It took me an extra 20 minutes to get there. That's how bad it was. And I remember when I came in on Shelby Drive, which runs along the backside of the airport, there's like 4 power poles that were knocked over. And luckily, people were paying attention enough to go, hey, maybe we need to stay out of the left lane and let these people get on by the power poles. So, but I'm running through North Memphis right now, and there's pockets of outages. It's not really widespread, but down in South Memphis and the airport where our warehouse is, it's pretty bad. So just give a heads up. So, but I hear y'all talking about the Freedom 250, and that race was not about to be held.
Really?
Nope. They were not about to hold that race. 2 years ago, Trump wanted that race. And Congress, that you could always get stuff done if you just walk up to Congress, say, this is what I plan on doing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Congress said, nope, sorry, we're not going to let you do it. So they went to Penske, and Penske had a meeting with what's his name, the one over the transportation department. Maybe you could help me out here because me not being that political. What's his name? Duffy, I think.
Yeah,
it is?
Sean Duffy. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, they had a meeting and they walked the course and the track, and they were still trying to push through to get this whole race done. And finally, Penske said, "Look, we'll pay for the race. We'll pay for everything together. Just get us the order." And I can't remember who it was at Penske. One of Roger Penske's lieutenants got the text message saying, "We got the order. Let's start putting things together." So they spent $35 million. Now, I remember that quote you were talking about, Jeff Gordon. He wanted to see NASCAR and IndyCar do a combo race there. So here's a bigger question. How well did it perform? Because the one thing you got to look at is the ratings. What were the ratings like? IndyCar does not carry good ratings hardly anymore.
Right.
So,
and not only that, I wasn't even aware that. I mean, I hadn't even seen anything about the IROC race, and unless it's slipped my mind. But I don't know. Was that televised? Do you know? Because I was looking for the coverage of the 250, which I knew was on Fox, but I don't think they carried the IROC, did they?
No, I don't. I didn't even. That kind of threw me off guard too, myself. But it's really neat to see all those original IROC cars still running. Ray Evernham has gone out into the vast unknown to find these cars, restore them, and put them back together. And he told those guys, he told Bill Elliott and Jeff Gordon and, the Kurt Busch, and we can carry on with names, don't wreck the cars. Don't. Just, NASCAR drivers, they're one of the hardest ones to say, hey, don't wreck a race car, right?
Yeah, right.
But anyway, yeah. And did you see what they gave him for winning both races?
No, sir.
It was, I think it was a really, really, really high-end watch. It's not a Rolex, but it's just to the left of a Rolex. And, go look at it and the trophy that they gave away for, what's his name? I can't think of his name right now. But, yeah, that was a pretty cool race. But now, like I was saying, though, are they going to come back in? They said, I heard a report that just on Saturday alone, they sold $1 million in merchandise. They had 100,000 people out there.
Mm-hmm.
And literally all the free tickets were gone, and they still sold another, I think it was 15,000 more tickets. So, it was very popular and whatnot. But will they go back next year, or is this going to be a novelty race? This is the thing to keep an eye on, because NASCAR schedule is already set for next year, and I really haven't seen anything coming out as far as IndyCar on their schedule just yet. So, but did you see the Today Show's little interview with Kurt Busch?
I did not.
That was really interesting and intriguing of how he was there when his brother died. He was there, if I remember right, listening to some of the interview, that he was there when Kyle died.
Wow.
Kyle was in the bathroom throwing up blood that Wednesday morning, and when that happened, they were already preparing to not go to the Charlotte race. They were looking ahead. So,
mm-hmm.
And it is sad what happened, and can't go back and change time. But yes, Ryan Blaney won the NASCAR race in Loudon today, and to me it was a snore fest. Really nothing really major. And I know Eagle just said he was going to watch the Daytona race on Sunday. I don't know what race it's going to be, because he needs to check the schedule one more time. But Bubba Wallace did get a second, and Ryan Blaney did finish. Josh Berry finished third. I'm sorry. I'll get it right here in a minute, Steve. Josh Berry did finish third, and this is what Josh Berry needs. Josh Berry's auditioning here for his next ride. He's got no ride next year. And like we said before, Austin Hill is in contract negotiations. It's not going well. So throw Josh Berry in the car and, let it ride. Because most of the time, the Wood brothers, if you ever follow in NASCAR history, their drivers are normally only there for a couple of years, and then they send them down the road. So I don't really get what the Wood brothers are trying to do. So, but yeah, Mr. Two Bull Hauler ought to be happy that Denny Hamlin won the regular season championship, because he's 77 points ahead of Ryan Blaney, and Denny's going to have a really horrible, crappy day just to remotely get Ryan Blaney a chance to get this. So mathematically, Denny Hamlin won. So I know Two Bull Haulers probably bouncing off the bouncing off the walls right now, just like I am on these bridges. Because, hey, Hamlin finished 7th, too. Imagine that. So, also you got Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, rounding out the top 5. SVG has a 29-point lead over Ryan Preece. Now, speaking of scheduling, did you see that the truck race is going to race at the Bowman Gray Stadium next year?
And that is where is that Atlanta? Where is that?
That's in it's outside of Charlotte, not too far outside of Charlotte. That was the one where they went to for the Clash this year. They got snowed out. Remember?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, that one. So, but back to New Hampshire. Yes, Lane Riggs won the truck race. So, hey, you know what? What a interesting, wild weekend with the way of the sports world. By the way, they were running Brainerd in the NHRA. I didn't catch any of those results and who won what. So, but yeah, so we got that. Oh, by the way, do you know who Mark Walters is?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Well, it might ring a bell because he's under federal investigation.
Yeah.
Apparently, his company, Delaware Life, is it's some sort of a investigation. All of his sports assets are really being questioned right now. Now he was the one that held a majority stake in the Lakers being sold. That kind of threw me for a loop. But he also he also has a majority stake in the Dodgers as well. That threw me for a loop as well. But he also has ownership in a WNBA team. He also owns TWG, which owns Spire Motorsports, Cadillac F1, Australian Supercar Team, Andretti Global, Andretti Formula E. I mean, he's pretty well doused in sports. And you know, one of the things that's really throwing up flags in the sports world is he's trying to sell off his investment in his ownership in Chelsea Football Club over in England. So, catch my notes here. Do you remember back over the winter, somebody broke into Greg Biffle's home?
I remember. I guess they named a suspect, but they're still thinking there may be more to it.
No, they've caught him. There may be more involved, but they caught this guy. And it's crazy how he got caught. He was in Cobb County and got arrested for a burglary. When they went and searched his home, they noticed all this NASCAR memorabilia.
Yeah.
Well, kind of hard not to put two and two together. And they found all kinds of different frequency jamming gears and Wi-Fi surveillance cameras, and he knew what he was doing. So at least, you know, it wasn't the evil ex-wife that was involved in all this, because if I remember right, didn't she sue the estate for Biffle for the wreck, if I remember right?
That I can't recall, but I do remember that there was, somebody was able to get into like the bank accounts and things like that right after the plane crash, and I don't think that guy was tied to that stuff, was it?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not what they're saying. But by the way, too, also Dover, Delaware, right? The Dover Speedway over there. They had a report of a tornado touchdown over there Thursday evening, and there's no damage to the track or any of the properties there. So Steve, speaking of tornadoes, I think we went through one here. So you have a good morning. We'll catch you later on.
All right. Safe travels out there. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, so way back in the day, when we went to the Brickyard in the early years of the NASCAR racing in Indianapolis, it was actually one of our sponsors at the time at Delphi, who had hooked us up with, actually, we had a suite there in Indy. I got an opportunity that we spent the weekend with Jerry Nadeau, that was the racer sponsored by Delphi at the time, and actually got to have a stop-by visit from Scott Dixon, who was participating in yesterday's race. But yeah, Scott Dixon was one of the Delphi drivers back then. And I also, they had an IROC race that weekend all those years back in Indianapolis. And one of the drivers was none other than Dale Earnhardt Sr. at the time. Got to see Dale in an IROC race. But yesterday's race, pretty cool. I had only 8 cars that were in this, but you had some of the legends out there. Starting the race for race 1 was Bobby Labonte on the pole with Bill Elliott on the outside. Row 2, Tommy Kendall and Tony Kanaan. Row 3, Kurt Busch and Helio Castroneves. Row number 4 was Jeff Gordon and the legendary Rusty Wallace. How about that? Race number 2, they inverted the field completely from race 1. Jeff Gordon wins both. How about that? News and service of Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran is promising a devastating response to new U.S. economic sanctions.
This after the Trump administration said it plans to impose the toughest sanctions in history on Iran and economic consequences for any country that assists Iran. The chief of staff of Iran's armed forces said that with preparedness across land, sea, air defense, and cyberspace, Iran's armed forces will respond to the enemy's new threats with crushing crushing, punishing, and devastating responses. I'm Michael Kastner.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. will begin on September 8th.
Carney announced the move at a Saturday morning news conference in response to the Trump administration's new 50% tariffs on Canadian goods. Carney said he will release more details in the coming days, adding that his government takes the step reluctantly. The new U.S. tariffs went into effect at midnight Saturday after trade talks with Canada collapsed. The tariffs impact about $20 billion worth of Canadian imports. I'm Lisa Carton.
The U.S. is pausing higher tariffs on ground beef imports for 90 days in order to lower the cost for consumers.
President Trump made the announcement on Truth Social, saying the nation will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported without the higher rate. He said the White House is making the move as it works to, quote, reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to grow again. I'm Monica Nelson.
The FDA has authorized a first-of-its-kind robotic device designed to draw blood from patients without manual human intervention.
Called Aletta, the machine uses infrared light and Doppler ultrasound to locate veins. Health officials say the robot achieved success rates matching human phlebotomists and will help combat critical laboratory staffing shortages. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Gold's trading at $46.11 an ounce, while silver's around $69 an ounce. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving tons of money, too. The typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
Good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The one-year anniversary of the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk is approaching. The group he founded is planning a memorial service.
Kirk was gunned down during the event at Utah Valley University on September 10th of last year. Officials with Turning Point USA say they plan to mark the anniversary with an event called Freedom Built to Last. It'll take place at the UC-CU Center on campus. Meanwhile, lawyers for Tyler Robinson, the man accused of killing Kirk, are set to meet prosecutors in court on September 1st. I'm Nia Bender.
The fast-moving Hawk Fire near Reno, Nevada has now burned around 15,000 acres and remains 0% contained. More than 40,000 people have been ordered to evacuate, with strong shifting winds making firefighting difficult. Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo has declared a state of emergency in Washoe County. An eye expert is alerting parents of what signs show a possible vision problem with children.
Margene Culp is a professor of optometry at The Ohio State University. She says difficulty keeping place when reading, problems seeing things clearly, trouble paying attention, and an eye turning in or out all indicate a possible vision problem.
It's really critical to identify vision problems early and address them early to lessen their negative impact and be sure that the child can perform to their best potential in school.
Studies show children who get screenings and glasses have a better chance of passing their state proficiency exam. I'm Scott Pringle.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups Summers today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Another hour underway as we kick off the greatest day of the week. Here comes a Monday. What are some of the drivers and carriers saying about the English proficiency in the industry? The comments are still being accepted. And drivers are speaking out in support to place violators of the English proficiency regulations out of service. Earlier this month, the FMCSA published that notice of proposed rulemaking that would require law enforcement across the board to place English proficiency violators out of service. Of course, the current administration has already called for an English violation to trigger out-of-service orders. But this would make the decision more permanent, I guess you'd say, although the agency is accepting comments. Through October 9th, dozens have already responded via the regulations.gov website. A large majority of these commenters telling the agency the English proficiency rule is about safety. Violators should indeed be placed out of service. Danielle Chafin writes, English proficiency is necessary so drivers can communicate with law enforcement and because electronic road signs with digital messages are becoming more and more common. A driver who cannot read and understand these signs is not simply at a disadvantage. They're operating with the material, incomplete picture of the conditions ahead of them, including the kind of last-minute rerouting or hazard warnings that a fixed, memorized set of pictures cannot substitute for. Grave Poach is also supporter of the proposal. To have people on the road who cannot or refuse to read the road signs is a hazard. The whole licensing system needs an overhaul. Too many drivers on the road don't have a clue about the rules of the road, how to merge, or being courteous. Meanwhile, Tofing Z supports English proficiency but has concerns about automatically triggering an out-of-service order. I oppose placing a driver out of service based solely on an inspector's subjective judgment when there's no clear, objective, and nationally standardized English language testing procedure. Now, he writes, speaking English with an accent, making grammatical mistakes, speaking slowly, or becoming nervous during a roadside inspection doesn't necessarily mean a driver lacks the English ability required for safe operation. OOIDA obviously is in favor of the proposal. Nobody cares more about road safety than professional truck drivers. Common sense. Anyone operating an 80,000-pound vehicle must be able to read the road signs, follow emergency instructions, communicate with law enforcement. That's why we petitioned the CVSA to restore English proficiency violations back to the out-of-service criteria. Also applauding legislative efforts such as Delilah's Law to ensure drivers who do not understand English can't get behind the wheel. We strongly support the DOT's proposed rule to strengthen long-standing English proficiency requirements for commercial drivers. All right, again, they're still accepting those comments via the regulations.gov website. As I mentioned, till October 9. It's a very simple docket number in this case. When you go to the regulations.gov, you type in the search bar FMCSA-2026-0826. Individual truckers are encouraged to weigh in. Get your thoughts heard. All right, came across a headline. We're going to be putting a brand new eye in the sky this week. Is scheduled to launch August 30 from a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket from the Kennedy Space Center, known as the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, NASA's next flagship infrared observatory, investigating the 95% of the universe that's mysterious or unseen by tracking cosmic acceleration and galaxy distribution. The census uses a state-of-the-art coronagraph and micro-lensing surveys to discover thousands of planets outside our solar system, expected to capture panoramic patches of the sky, imaging over 50 times more area than the Hubble Space Telescope was able to do in its first 5 years. This will operate at the Sun-Earth Lagrange Point 2, roughly 1.5 million kilometers from Earth, essentially joining the James Webb Space Telescope in deep space observation. Now, recall, unlike the Hubble, which is much closer, actually, it was at a location where we were able to send, a rescue mission to do repairs. The James Webb, it's out there so far away. If there's an issue, pretty much it's a piece of space junk. I guess that's what this is going to become. The name honors the Dr. Nancy Grace Roman, NASA's first chief of astronomy, they say, widely celebrated as the mother of Hubble. So, very interesting. I guess that's one of a handful of launches coming our way this week as SpaceX continues to do their thing. What's going on, Philip?
Oh, nothing much, man. Just listening to you talk about telescopes. That's kind of cool. That James Webb one, that one is on the other side of the moon. That's how far out it is, Steve. And that one there where you're talking about, that one's going to be way out there, too, as well. I mean, it's quite a ways out there. Found out some interesting stuff over the weekend, and hasn't really been out in the news that much, but, our buddies Ukraine are messing with us a little bit. Do you know that, Steve?
In what way? No.
Okay, so there's only two ways to get to the International Space Station. One of them being SpaceX and a Falcon 9 Dragon crew capsule.
Yeah.
And the other one is a Soyuz rocket from Russia. They wanted to bomb a Soyuz rocket factory in Samara. So that might put a little damper on some of our space station stuff, if you know what I mean. What do you think, buddy?
Well, I would presume that this administration would say, hey, no, hands off. I mean, of all things, don't be messing with space.
Well, they sure did. That happened over a week ago, buddy.
Okay.
And the facility they hit is the company who builds the rockets, and they build the capsules too, but they're under a different name. but a lot of people got the name mixed up. It was RPK is the word that makes the rocket.
Yeah.
And the other company is called Progress. And they hit the building where they build the rocket engines at. And it hasn't been really leaked out into the press that much. But, dude, if you're going to play with stuff, better play with stuff. But, I mean, it isn't, it's one of those things. I mean, it's part of the deal. They're in war with Russia. They're going to do what they have to keep them from doing what they have to do. Supposedly, this facility also made missile parts and engines. So, they hit it with a drone.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Steve, did you hear something about there's something that President Trump passed? He wants to have 1,000 launches a year by 2030.
How big would that be?
Elon Musk is talking about doing 30. Now, I'm saying 30 Starship launches a day. Now, we've already seen those.
Okay. A day?
That's huge. What do you think, man?
Where the hell are they all going to go?
That's what I'm wondering. And, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, this telescope you're just talking about is on a Falcon Heavy.
Yeah.
That thing is not even, it's big. Trust me, it's 3 Falcon 9 rockets strapped together going off. But this Starship is a lot bigger than that. You got the boosters alone, the 33 engines on that alone.
Yeah.
That's a big piece of hardware. And they're talking about having multiple sites. Now, I do know that SpaceX is looking at Louisiana. They are looking around in that area to put another place like Boca Chica. And I think that's what's going to end up happening. SpaceX is going to have these places all over the world to launch these Starships from. And that's the only way you can do 30 launches a day. I mean, heck, we're already doing, 2 to 3 launches a day with the Falcon 9 if we play that right. I mean, that's a lot of stuff flying through the air all the time. I mean, that could put some serious repercussions for our atmosphere on top of it. I mean, you think about all that stuff going through it. I mean, that's a lot of stuff, I don't know. What's your take on it, buddy?
Boy, modern technology, I don't know. It's beyond comprehension, isn't it?
It is beyond comprehension. Did you ever think they would replace a phlebotomist? They just talked about that on your news segment there. Can you think about how many phlebotomists there are in the United States alone that take people's blood for, obviously, when you're in the emergency room and you're in different hospital situations? Not to mention the people that take the blood draws for when you're donating blood. And you got a machine that can trace down a vein and do it all with sonograms and all the technology that they have now. Who would think that? I mean, they would have to knock me out and put me underneath that machine, because I'm telling you what, man, if I can't see what's going on, I got a problem. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And, but who would think that they would have developed something like that? That's something like out of Star Wars. I mean, we've seen how they operated on old Darth Vader, in that movie. Machines did it, and it's strange, but I'm like, what the heck, dude? And by the way, Steve, did you ever think you would see a 50-plus-year-old Jeff Gordon out there racing around the Capitol area in a Trans Am?
How about that? Yeah, and I guess Rusty Wallace is he 70? I think they said he was out there too.
Rusty Wallace was out there. Bill Elliott. I mean, it was a cool race. Jeff won both of them. Kurt Busch came in second in both of them. Tony Kanaan came in third, I think, in the second one. I'm not sure who came in third on the other one. But, I mean, it's like, what the heck, dude? I mean, that's big, and, I mean, it was cool, don't get me wrong. It was a neat race. I watched the 250 yesterday. That was cool. But I'll tell you what, man, I've been getting into golf a little bit here lately, and I'm gonna tell you what, the golf one is just about done. They're getting ready to play their next one next week over there. I believe it's going to be a FedEx one. And I'll tell you what, to see some of these guys and what they put into it, man, it's crazy, man.
Mm-hmm.
I would never think that Scotty Scheffler would be behind right now compared to what, all through the year has been. He's had the last couple of years has been kind of crazy from being on top of the pillar and to he's still staying up there, but he's got to start working on that beginning of the tournament instead of working on the end of it. I mean, him and Rory both, but it's cool. Been watching a lot of sports here lately, and Rambler, good sermon last night. If anybody goes and wants to see a good church service, go to Terman Ministries. You can follow them on Facebook. You can watch the replay. And that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. And by the way, it's going to be hot out west today. You out west, make sure you got that air conditioner going. You got plenty of water because it's going to be nuts out there out west. And we're kind of in and out of it. We're going to have some rain. And then they're talking about us got a tropical thing building down there by Africa that we're looking at. So it is what it is. So that's all I got today, buddy. You have a good one. Thank you.
All right. Always good to hear. Thank you for checking in there, Philip. Have a great morning.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
All righty, rolling into a Monday. Somebody say the greatest day of the week. All right, according to the report via The Trucker, here comes more trucks with no driver behind the wheel. With the headline, "The future is getting closer." Atlas Energy Solutions, they say, is expanding their fleet of Kodiak-powered driverless trucks across Texas and New Mexico. These trucks already haul sand to oil and gas well sites with no driver in the cab. Atlas and Kodiak planning to grow the fleet from 28 trucks to 100 trucks by the middle of next year. The bigger development for truckers is what comes next, though. Atlas expects their Kodiak-equipped trucks to begin operating on public roads next year. Depending on their operational milestones, that means professional drivers could soon be sharing the highways with more autonomous rigs. The questions now go well beyond whether the technology works on private industrial roads. Truckers want to know how these systems are going to handle bad weather, equipment failures, unpredictable motorists, and the countless split-second situations that you, as a real driver, face every single day. Atlas previously operated their driverless trucks from one loadout location at a time. It now runs them simultaneously from two depots about 90 minutes apart, one side in Texas while the other is in New Mexico. The wider footprint lets Atlas reach more well sites across the Permian Basin. It can also respond faster when customers need more sand delivered. The operation connects with Atlas's 42-mile Dune Express conveyor system. That system moves sand closer to the well sites before the trucks complete the final portion of the trip. The founder and CEO of Kodiak said the two companies have built the world's largest fleet of driverless big rig trucks. Together, the deployment of the world's largest fleet, we've demonstrated autonomous trucking is delivering meaningful results today. Our expanding partnership, which now covers two unique locations, creating a blueprint for how autonomy can transform logistics by improving efficiency, increasing productivity, delivering lasting value. You know, all the selling points. As of March 31 this year, Atlas driverless program operating 28 driverless trucks across 15 routes. Those trucks had carried about 7,000 loads and hauled more than 450,000 tons of sand. They've logged more than 23,500 driverless operating hours during the first quarter of the year. July 20, Kodiak-powered trucks delivered 176 loads in one day. You know, the company's called it a daily record for the 18-month development. Earlier this year, Kodiak and Atlas also introduced a driverless truck that can pull 3 connected trailers, the combined loaded weight topping 135 tons. But again, it raises obvious questions. What happens when these trucks leave private roads and begin driving right next to the rest of us? More on that ahead. First, news, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran is promising a devastating response to new U.S. economic sanctions.
This after the Trump administration said it plans to impose the toughest sanctions in history on Iran and economic consequences for any country that assists Iran. The chief of staff of Iran's armed forces said that Iran's armed forces will respond to the enemy's new threats with crushing, punishing, and devastating responses. I'm Michael Kastner.
The U.S. is pausing higher tariffs on ground beef imports for 90 days in order to lower the cost for consumers.
President Trump made the announcement on Truth Social saying the nation will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported without the higher rate. He said the White House is making the move as it works to, quote, reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to grow again. I'm Monica Nelson.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving tons of money, too. The typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
Good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers Show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers Show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Hey, just rolling into a new day. Trust you had a good weekend. Greatest day of the week. And round the country, 844-844-3388. I mentioned a cool night outside the secret bunker, Southwest Ohio, 64 at this hour. Yeah, where do you think the water temperature in the pools are going to go this week? down, down, down. All right. Hey, Grump, what's happening?
You want to have you a morning swim in the morning there, buddy? Or do you have enough skull busters in the house to do that?
Polar bear plunge.
It would take a few for me. But, it's, this whole driverless autonomous vehicle crap here, the studies that I've been kind of looking at, and something that I thought about before I even started looking at them was what's their reaction time to, versus their speed. And one thing that I saw on some of the studies and stuff was there's approximately 224 non-injury accidents for every 100,000 miles, and that's with with drivers present.
Okay.
And when you look at the crash rate on autonomous vehicles, they said that could be upwards to 4,000 crashes per 100 million miles, because the anticipation rate and every damn thing else that's involved in that, and the cameras trying to process what's going on ahead, whether they try to swerve out of the way. One of the big problems that they're having right now with these damn things is the phantom braking. When somebody changes lanes or something, ahead, the camera picks it up, the radar picks it up, and it anticipates that there possibly could be a crash, so it gets on the damn brake. It just pretty much stops in the middle of the road. So they haven't got the bugs worked out on that. So dirt roads is a damn good place for every one of these things, as far as I'm concerned. But the more you look at it, you're like, would I trust that? What kind of liability? We talked about that one day. What kind of liability insurances, and things are they going to have on these? I think it's something that Congress really needs to get a handle on, and it should be a hell of a lot more than what they're putting on, vehicles with drivers in them. And because it's, look, I can look ahead a mile, down this road that I'm at right now, and I can see brake lights up ahead of me. I know there's construction up there, but what would an autonomous vehicle do? When it looks down this road, would it see those same brake lights and say, hell with it? There's there's something going on here. Would it pick it up? Does it wait till the radar picks it up? There's just a lot of variables there that is still the unknowns in this autonomous vehicles. And I'd like to see the damn control center in one of them, because it's got to be akin to something you'd see at NASA. I mean, literally, they're not just going to turn one of them damn things loose without having a massive control center that where they can send out alerts and things like that if they're having issues here, yonder, and everywhere with these things, and to be able to notify police departments or whatever. And the one thing that I don't think they've even looked at is if a car pulls out in front of one of these autonomous vehicles and it just stops, that damn thing's going to stop. What are they hauling? Because somebody's going to catch on to this crap and just go ahead and bust open the damn lock on that thing and clean the trailer out and be gone before anybody could get there. I mean, that's just the realities of it, or possibly hack into it and reprogram it to make a right turn when it should make a left, and go down to another warehouse and to shut all the cameras and stuff off on them. There's a lot of things. I mean, if somebody, first thing, if somebody pulls out in front of me and jumps on the brake, and and I see that I'm possibly going to be hijacked or something, there's going to be some gunfire involved in it. What's this autonomous vehicle going to do? I mean, I don't give a rat's ass what's in my trailer. They can have that. Just unhook it and I'll pull away from it. But when it comes to, doing harm to me, I got a say in that. So I don't know, man. We'll have to see what all's going to happen with these things. But I think it's nuts, that they would want to put, like they said, there, what was it, 30,000 or something like these things on the road, in the next 10 years. But we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering what the hell happened to Chris Spears. I know he welcomed, he had a big deal there about Sean Duffy there. He welcomed him, but, you know, behind the scenes, you know, I know they were arguing quite a bit. I wonder, you know, about different stuff there. I just wonder, you know, if he's not going to become something in government, you know, and just abruptly, you know, somewhere, you know, I don't know where, but you know, you don't just up and you know, after 10 years he was
right.
You know, and just say the hell with it. I'm done. You know, tomorrow I got you know, other things to do, unless there's something on the, you know, pretty hastily on the books there. I'm just kind of curious what the hell it is, because you know, they didn't leave. I read several articles there, and they didn't leave anything open, you know, that you would even consider anything. I mean, he's gone. So you know, he was the one that's pushed this, you know, the narrative on e-logs, how safe they were. You know, I mean, that was with his constituents, you know, and his all his members and everything. They you know, and they pushed it, you know, in fairness. You know, we just want a level playing field. Well, hell, when they control, you know, 60% of the freight out here anyway, what, you know, the rest of us are like you know, a level playing field. But you know, I don't know what the hell's going on with it, but it's going to be interesting over the next couple of days and see, you know, if something comes out about it. If he's selected for any kind of slot in government there, you know, because Elaine Chao wanted him as you know, there in FMCSA at one time because of their close ties, and they were close. I mean, she couldn't say enough good about Chris Spear. And you know, oh yeah, they had worked together previously in a couple of different capacities, but it's gonna be interesting. But other than that, man, I don't know. I kind of listen a little bit here about the beef, you know, and lifting the tariffs and stuff on the beef, and you know, a lot of things that's going on right now. It's I still think a lot of the beef shortage that we look at is beef that is going to you know, more of the grass-fed, you know, the smaller operations. We've got one that's building close to the town where I'm at, you know, where we kill, you know, in one plant, you know, where I pull out of about every day, they're killing 5,000 head a day in that one plant. You know, here we got one that's going to do good to do 100 a week. And, but it's all special orders, and it's, you know, this and that. And we're seeing more of that pop up, more of those smaller operations pop up. I'm sure Lauren, you know, knows probably more about that than I do, as far as, you know, people that's hauling to them and some of the stuff. But Steve, when you sit and you think about the price of beef, and you look at all the people that touches that, you know, that beef, you know, look at the grower, you know, the rancher, you know, I mean, he's got to get paid, you know, for his cattle that he sends up. That truck driver that picks them up is going to get paid. They're taking them to a feedlot. The feedlot's going to get paid, you know, for the finish on them. You know, if they put on another 30 pounds while they're at the feedlot or whatever, hell, there's all that feed and stuff. Then another truck's going to pick them up. They got to get paid. You know, go to the slaughterhouse. People in the slaughterhouse is going to get paid. You know, and then, you know, another truck's going to pick it up and take it to a retailer or a wholesaler or whatever, you know, wherever the case may be, a food distribution center. You know, they're going to get paid. And that place there is going to get paid because they're going to sell it out to the damn stores, and then the truck that picks it up is going to get paid. There is just a massive amount of money that's involved in this. The tax revenues that you know, government has pulled in off of our food, number one, is just a phenomenal amount. And then, you know, we get this shortage stuff here, and they're saying, well, we got a beef shortage. We got this, we got that. Let's bring in more, you know, imported beef and stuff. Man, I don't know. I don't know if they're really counting the cattle the way they're counting. I know they're getting a better, a lot of farmers, and you know, I have family that's cattle ranchers, and they're getting a better rate by sending it to smaller operations than they are to some of these bigger ones, you know, and there's less people touching it. You know, it's going, you know, they're paying or they're hauling it themselves. A lot of people, it's hauling it straight to the slaughterhouse, and then it's going from there. It's being packed and to individual, you know, buyers. So I don't know what's going on with it, but they're looking for a lot cheaper rates. And, you know, when the farmers or the ranchers are getting more money on the hoof, and, going to these smaller operations and then sending it out to a feedlot or something like that. Well, hell, they're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
How do they count those? I'm not sure how they count those. I'd like to hear from Lauren or something, and see how if he knows anything about it. But, like I said, I deal with big operation stuff, and I haul beef every day. I don't haul, live cows. I haul the dead ones. But, it is what it is. But, it's going to be interesting to see on that also exactly, what's going to happen when they lift these tariffs up and how much, we're actually going to bring in, that we know of. So I don't know. It's this crazy ass world right now. And I guess Iran's raising their ugly head again and talking about that, everything that they, they're going to do to us if Trump, starts up a war again with them or whatever. I mean, it's just, damn, these people, they just don't want to quit. And as far as, the Ukrainians hitting that factory there, I'd read one article that they were the producers. That factory was the producers of the hypersonic missiles that has been, or some of them had been traced back to the engines or something like that. That's traced back to that company. So I would venture to say that you're probably not going to hear a hell of a lot about it, and you're probably going to hear more hits on those type of facilities, by the Ukrainians. I know the drones that they're creating right now, they reach a hell of a lot further into Russia, and they have something kind of akin to our Global Hawk, I guess, that can get up there in the altitude with a damn good camera and see where what's going on in Russia. So I don't know. It's kind of crazy how a small a country like that was ruled with an iron fist under the Soviet way of life, and then they're fairly new to being a free nation. I mean, when you think about it, they're fairly new at that. How far they've came in just such a short period of time on building the weapon systems and stuff that they're building. Right now, maybe if they'd hadn't been so damn crooked. I mean, that country right there, the billions and billions and billions of dollars that flowed into that country as in the form of aid and everything else to the people and everything else, like that. And then you get all these damn oligarchs that are building these massive villas and stuff on the French Riviera that never had a damn dime to their name. I don't know some of those or not. I know in the first administration, Trump was pretty leery about doing anything for Ukraine. Mm-hmm. And, he started, funding them a little bit more, but I thought they were kind of looking at going after a lot of the wealth there and finding out exactly where in the hell our money's going. Because, about 80% of it I know is going to pay the soldiers and to keep the government operational and see what happens there. But, I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's, it seems like this world is just so unstable right now, with so much craziness that's going on. But, I don't, you had a caller the other night that, he was talking about Armageddon after we talked about some of the things that's going on in China and stuff. And then you had one loudmouth. He gets on social media there. He gets on YouTube and stuff, and he's always typing some crap out, about, how poor Russia was and stuff. It's not about how poor Russia is. It's about how much money Russia takes in. And Russia, their budget right now, I'd say is closer to 70% is going to aid them, for the military on new weapons and buying new weapons and just trying to pay the service members that are on the front line there and keep them happy. And when oil prices go through the roof the way these have, Russia is making billions. I mean, they are raking in money hand over fist over this. That's been proven 1,000 times, and it just strikes me as odd that somebody doesn't look at that. That's got so much to say, but they never call the damn show and and say anything. They just always got to post crap on on one of the venues there and stuff. And you know how it is. I mean, it's just, I'd like to hear their opinion other than, read, little snarky ass snippets of what they think. But it is what it is, I guess. But there's a lot of stuff going on, and one of the things that I saw there, was how China would just surrender. No, China would not surrender. Surrender is not in China's forte. I mean, if we was to have a massive war with China, it would be an all-out damn war. I mean, China, they know what the score is. But the thing about China is we both of us kind of keep each other at arm's length for a reason, because our economies are so interwoven. If the United States wasn't buying China's crap, China would fold up in a minute. I mean, they would be broke. There's just not enough sales out there, and not enough capacity, economic capacity to support that nation. China's got, their military is just huge. I mean, hell, look at the amount of ships and stuff that they've developed over the last 8 years. It's just massive, and they're building up their naval fleets and their military, and they're doing it for a damn reason. Whether or not they want to try to knock off the big dog, I don't think that'll ever happen. I look at it more as a show of force, and in certain regions where they may have, like Australia or somebody like that down there, where they're building them reefs, and building them man-made islands. And you have other countries that are, in Japan's one of them, that it's kind of trying to shoo them away, and tell them they're international waters, and China keeps wanting to stand up to that. They're not doing such a good job of it. Look how many times we've run ships right by them, and you're in Chinese waters. No, we're not. We're in international waters. You're in international waters, and you can't claim, just because you put up a reef or something, or you put up a man-made island that you own that now. It don't work like that. So, but a Navy, a military that would give them all that they can handle, right now, if they chose to go to war with them, would be Japan. Japan has really built up their capabilities since World War II, and it's, they've been an economic powerhouse for many years, and that's one damn thing that they've done is build up their defenses. And so that's another reason why I think that North Korea kind of keeps their mouth shut a lot, and they've kind of stopped shooting missiles over Japan, because Japan got pretty pretty sick of it, and there was a couple of call outs on that saying don't do it again, and they meant it. I mean, this is this could strength, what was it, peace through strength. Hey, it works. It's been a combination that we've, Ronald Reagan was fond of, and I think as long as we have a well-developed and well-armed and equipped military, that countries will be hard-pressed to say, hey, let's jump on the big dog, because we can whip their ass. No, that ain't never going to happen. I don't think it's ever going to. We'll never see a nuclear weapon or nuclear war. I would just about guarantee you on that, because of the mutual destruction that that countries know that's the way what would happen. I mean, civilization would end that day. I mean, it would just be such a dark cloud would be floating over this country, and over everywhere. I mean, when you talk about a nuclear darkness, nuclear winter, that's exactly what we'd go into. And civilization would pretty much die off that day. So, it doesn't matter how crazy a leader is. He knows damn well that, that if he went down that path, that it would end badly for everybody. So, I just don't think we'd ever see this Armageddon crap.
You say out in the blaze of glory, as they say.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, buddy. That's about all I got for tonight.
Well, I appreciate you checking in, Grump. Have a good Monday. I did see some of the cattle herd he was talking about initially there. The government figures, they say, confirmed that the cattle supplies are tight, to say the least. The Department of Agriculture in July said the nation had 28.5 million beef cows. That's down like 1% from a year ago, while the estimated 2026 calf crop declined 2%. Yeah, so we were talking much of last year. The numbers down exponentially, but continue to go the wrong direction. The Kansas City Federal Reserve said this month that strong consumer demand combined with limited domestic supplies has pushed the beef prices higher, while high costs and uncertainty have discouraged ranchers from significantly expanding their herds. Now, Trump's already taken steps trying to increase beef supply. They said back in February he authorized an additional 80,000 metric tons annually of lean beef trimmings from Argentina to come into the country tariff-free. White House said the average price of ground beef hit a record $6.69 per pound. That was December of last year. And they recently announced plans to resume cattle imports from Mexico after that year-long restriction because of the New World screwworm threat. Okay, so it's 844-844-3388. About a minute for a news break. Looks like Philip wanted to chime in once again. If you got time to hold through the news break there. Eagle has some additional thoughts. Going back to the debate with Canada. There was no deal. Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney, announcing they're going to retaliatory tariffs on the United States that are now underway after walking away from what he called a bad deal on trade. Negotiations officially broke down Friday. That now put into force a new 50% U.S. tariff, impacted about $20 billion worth of goods, which is about 5.5% of exports from Canada to the U.S. Impacted products range from hockey sticks to cement, they tell us. Carney says, we got attacked. You're at war when you get attacked. So again, more on that next hour. First, as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, news, a service of Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at AirDog Diesel. diesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran is promising a devastating response to new U.S. economic sanctions.
This after the Trump administration said it plans to impose the toughest sanctions in history on Iran and economic consequences for any country that assists Iran. The chief of staff of Iran's armed forces said that with preparedness across land, sea, air defense, and cyberspace, Iran's armed forces will respond to the enemy's new threats with crushing, punishing, and devastating responses. I'm Michael Kastner.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. will begin on September 8th.
Carney announced the move at a Saturday morning news conference in response to the Trump administration's new 50% tariffs on Canadian goods. Carney said he will release more details in the coming days, adding that his government takes the step reluctantly. The new U.S. tariffs went into effect at midnight Saturday after trade talks with Canada collapsed. The tariffs impact about $20 billion worth of Canadian imports. I'm Lisa Carton.
The U.S. is pausing higher tariffs on ground beef imports for 90 days in order to lower the cost for consumers.
President Trump made the announcement on Truth Social, saying the nation will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported without the higher rate. He said the White House is making the move as it works to, quote, reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to grow again. I'm Monica Nelson.
The FDA has authorized a first-of-its-kind robotic device designed to draw blood from patients without manual human intervention.
Called Aletta, the machine uses infrared light and Doppler ultrasound to locate veins. Health officials say the robot achieved success rates matching human phlebotomists and will help combat critical laboratory staffing shortages. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Gold's trading at $46.11 an ounce, while silver's around $69 an ounce. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving tons of money, too. The typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
Good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The one-year anniversary of the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk is approaching. The group he founded is planning a memorial service.
Kirk was gunned down during the event at Utah Valley University on September 10th of last year. Officials with Turning Point USA say they plan to mark the anniversary with an event called Freedom Built to Last. It'll take place at the UC-CU Center on campus. Meanwhile, lawyers for Tyler Robinson, the man accused of killing Kirk, are set to meet prosecutors in court on September 1st. I'm Nia Bender.
The fast-moving Hawk Fire near Reno, Nevada has now burned around 15,000 acres and remains 0% contained. More than 40,000 people have been ordered to evacuate, with strong shifting winds making firefighting difficult. Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo has declared a state of emergency in Washoe County. An eye expert is alerting parents of what signs show a possible vision problem with children.
Margene Culp is a professor of optometry at The Ohio State University. She says difficulty keeping place when reading, problems seeing things clearly, trouble paying attention, and an eye turning in or out all indicate a possible vision problem.
It's really critical to identify vision problems early and address them early to lessen their negative impact and be sure that the child can perform to their best potential in school.
Studies show children who get screenings and glasses have a better chance of passing their state proficiency exam. I'm Scott Pringle.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
All right, a new day comes our way. Monday. Hey, welcome back, Philip.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Hanging with them.
Hey, I want to chime in a little bit about this autonomous stuff that Grump was just talking about. A lot of people don't understand how that stuff works with reaction time and whatnot, but the way it works is the computer's analyzing what's up ahead of it, and then it makes the adjustments for what it needs to do to get around it or to break it. And the truck will actually have a computer that will control the braking rate of the truck and how fast it brakes or it doesn't brake. Does that make sense, bud?
Okay, it does.
And that's what it's about. The Tesla cars out there, what they're doing is they're using camera assist with it, whereas the camera is analyzing what's ahead of it, giving that information to the computer. Then the computer going to the mechanical systems and saying, hey, do I need to steer, or do I need to brake, or do I need to accelerate, or what do I need to do?
Uh-huh.
And one of the biggest things that people can't fathom about this autonomous stuff is the difference between going autonomous and manual. Okay? So one of the big things is well, this just happened recently. I don't know. You remember Butch and Sonny in the Starliner? They had an interview with Butch not too long ago that he sat down and talked to him. The biggest problem that he had with that capsule was he couldn't fly it manually because the way they had the system set up in the thing, it was it had so much stuff going on to make all these little adjustments that the human hand could not make these adjustments. And that's the reason why that they had the problem with the thrusters and all that stuff with the Starliner, is because they couldn't do it manually and set things. Everything had to be set through a software package to make the thing work. And that's one of the biggest hurdles they're going to have to come over with the autonomous vehicles. You know, there's going to come a point where a truck is going to break down on the side of the road, and the computer's going to have to be bypassed, and that truck's got to be brought back to the terminal. The only way it's going to be brought back to the terminal is either on a hook or somebody is going to have to make it to the point where they can drive it and get it back to the terminal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be the big challenge. You know, they're going to have a lot of trucks that are going to be breaking down. I know it's going to happen. It's what happens when you have any kind of new stuff going on. But I just wanted to let Trump and a lot of guys, or Grump, excuse me. A lot of guys don't understand about the reaction time. And what it does is, Steve, when you were learning how to drive, your driving instructor or the person who taught you how to drive told you had to learn what they call rate of closure, which is the amount of time from you to the vehicle ahead of you. Okay? The computer does that automatically, and it does it in milliseconds. That's how these rockets fly. You know, the average person could not control one of these rockets in the way they launch. Okay? You couldn't control it because there's so many minute adjustments that have to be made for different things going on that we can't comprehend it fast enough. But a computer can. A computer can comprehend it. And what happens is they put the data in the computer to understand, or the know-how in the computer to understand how to make these minute adjustments. And that's where people can't understand with autonomous stuff and all this kind of stuff that's coming out like that. You know, who would think that they would have a machine that could draw blood from you? I mean, who would think that? I wouldn't think that would ever happen, you know? And it's something that we got to look at, you know? And that's where, when the machine makes the mistake. Now, how's it going to do that in fog, Steve? Is that a question that you guys, a lot of you guys have that, right?
100%, yeah. I mean, because, even my Subaru has, you know, it has the cameras, the eyesight, and if you've got sometimes rain or fog, yeah, the eyesight is disabled.
Absolutely. Now, let me tell you how that's going to work. How many times, Steve, have you walked through a metal detector? Have you walked through a metal detector a bunch when you went to the airport?
Quite a few, yes.
Okay. So and I'm going to bring up that word everybody doesn't want to hear, with AI and infrared and heat sensing cameras, they have the ability to see what's on you in a metal detector now. Okay? That same technology is going to be put into autonomous vehicles to where they can look in a fog and not see. You can't, by the human eye, you can't see nothing. But by the heat sensing camera and all the data that's programmed into the system, they can tell what is ahead of them, if it's metal, plastic, or human flesh. Okay, so like, take for instance, you're driving down the road, this thing's driving autonomously, and somebody steps out in front of you. The camera will know that that is a human being and try to avoid it, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I know a lot of people think it's crazy, but that technology is out there. We have facial recognition software. So if the camera looks into it and it sees a human being on the side of the road and it says, oh, wow, that's a human face, that's not a car or a piece of metal, it adjusts its movements to get away from it. I'm just trying to explain how this stuff is going to work. I'm not for it or against it because I kind of work with it a little bit. But here it is. Okay, this is how the computer works. We have all this technology around us, guys. It's everywhere. It's in everything. You know, facial software. They could track you, Steve, from one point to another any day. The government can do that. I know they can by the amount of cameras that are out there.
Yep.
But what hits it up is when you go into rural places like out in the middle of Wyoming and places like that, that's when it gets a little tricky. But they still can do that. Even think about that telescope that you were talking about earlier. The overlays of the land, it can look at that. It's the same technology that we had back in the day when we were checking out what Russia had going on with their missile systems with the SR-71 and the U-2s. They would take these big pictures that look, when you looked at the actual picture with the human eye, you're like, man, that looks like a bunch of junk. But when you when you took a computer or you took a reticle and you stopped down on it, you could see every little nook and cranny of anything. You could read a license plate on a car. And that satellites are doing that today. We got satellites up there right now. They're flying over top of us that can actually read the license plate on your car as you're going down the street. Who cares about flock? We can throw a satellite over top of you and take a lot more different stuff than the flock will ever do. You know, and that's what's scary about all these constellations of satellites and all this stuff going on with the satellites we talked about earlier with all these launches. I mean, look at how many launches have just recently happened with SpaceX that the United States Space Force has launched reconnaissance equipment. Check it out. Go and look at the list of launches that SpaceX has done within the last 2 weeks, and look at some of the launches that have went up, and look and see who's launching what, where, when, and how.
Mm-hmm.
Our Space Force is building it up, and that's what President Trump is talking about, this 1,000 launches of a year thing. Because, dude, the next generation is going to be up there, okay? Sure, we're going to be having stuff going on down here, but there's also stuff that's going up above us that we don't know about. We're not privy to. And I'm not being a conspiracist. It's the truth if you look at it, what's going on. So just wanted to chime in about the autonomous stuff, kind of explain it a little bit, because a lot of people, you know, they want to beat it down, which I understand why people want to beat it down. Get me? And you were talking about Kodiak. Let me tell you something, buddy. Kodiak is already doing interstate stuff. So they're going from state to state with stuff already, and they're making money on it. So, and it's on the private property, but it's also, Kodiak is one of those guys down in Texas playing. They were talking about going from Texas to Atlanta with an autonomous truck with a guy sitting behind the wheel. Okay? That's already in play. So I don't know if y'all heard about that or not, but it is what it is. And I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me.
All right. Yes, indeed. I mean, this pretty much what you were just saying there, Philip. They try to explain how driverless trucks handle extreme weather. The Permian Basin, they say, can be brutal on vehicles. Trucks can face triple-digit temperatures, dust storms, sudden flooding, high crosswinds. Dense morning fog can make visibility difficult. Kodiak equips its trucks with a sensor suite built around cameras with radar and LiDAR support. Those systems give the truck a detailed view of the surrounding environment, they say. More sensors can't make every condition safe, though. Burnett said the truck will stop instead of pushing through dangerous weather. If conditions are not safe, the truck will not keep driving, he said. It slows down and safely pulls over. Kodiak says their system responds to construction zones and emergency vehicles as part of normal driving. It also adjusts to changing road conditions. Severe fog or other hazardous weather can still stop an autonomous trip. Burnett says Kodiak-powered vehicles will remain parked when conditions become unsafe. And then, as so many have said, well, what about a breakdown? A damaged component or communications failure can create a serious problem in any large truck. The stakes may feel much higher when nobody's sitting in the cab. Burnett said the Kodiak driver checks both the truck and its autonomous system while it operates. The Kodiak driver continuously monitors the trucks and its autonomous driving system. If it detects a critical problem, such as a mechanical, sensor, communications failure, it can execute a fallback maneuver that safely pulls the truck out of traffic and brings it to a stop in a safe location. Now, I said the safety and the health of all trucks are overseen by Kodiak's command center, and a human can't remotely provide assistance should a truck need additional help. Sounds reassuring, right? It's 844-844-3388. All right, see, Eagle, you hanging in there. I think you had some thoughts about the Canada situation, right?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, we've been, if you look at, they went over the numbers, Steve, on Bill Cunningham's show tonight. I listened to his show before you came on, and people would be amazed at the amount of money that Canada is charging the United States. We basically, from what I'm understanding, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, from what I'm understanding, we basically don't have no damn goods going into Canada because the rate that they want is way too much money. Am I right about that? That the United States basically is not sending nothing into into Canada
on certain products. Yeah, I mean, I think they said that. How did the president say the farmers are the ones that are massively hit by their tariffs?
Yeah, that's what Bill Cunningham has said on his show. Because, some of these rates are outrageous, the amount of money that they want to charge the United States to send our goods into Canada. I say that, the hell with them. And, this guy Carney, he's been a trouble, ever since he got in. This guy, he always backs down. He's just a bunch of hot air. He's talking about this new tariffs that he got going is going to take effect September the 5th or whatever. He's not going to do anything. If he was going to do it, he would have already done it by now. He's just doing that because Donald Trump is doing what he's doing, but he's not. Canada's not going to do it. But it's about time, Steve, because China is. I keep saying China, but they ripping us off too. But Canada is definitely ripping the United States off when it comes to the amount of money that they charge in the U.S. to ship their goods into their country, and it needs to come to a stop. We need to have fair deals, where everybody, if you want to do business with the United States, it needs to be fair, and it needs to be equal basis. Except we do equal business with Canada, and they need to do the same thing with the United States, or we can find somebody else to do business with. It ain't no big deal to me as far as I'm concerned with. As far as it goes is Canada, because people are about fed up with them. People about fed up with Canada, just like Donald Trump is. So, it's time to make a move. Now, as far as doing your break, and I think that's a bunch of hot air too. Iran is talking about this plan that they supposed to announce tomorrow. That you said this is the biggest. What do you call it? The biggest economical sanctions on a country in the history, from what they saying. And Iran, some guy claimed that Iran is going to attack. Now, here's something that we do need to be worried about, Steve. See, here, people always think, right now, people always think when they think about attacks, they think about physical attacks. They think about somebody drop bombs and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But I already think that they already having these cyber attacks. The United States, we got to watch out for that. I think that that's what Iran is talking about, because I believe that they were trying to tamper with the water system, over the last couple of weeks, and I think that's what this idiot is talking about. I think that they're gonna try to hit maybe the electrical grid or the water system. They're gonna try to hit something like that. It's not gonna be no military action or nothing like that, because they don't have no damn military. It's gonna be something in the cyber type thing. So that's what the United States needs to be on the lookout for, is some type of cyber attack from these individuals. But that's the best way to hurt them, Steve. Is hopefully they hit them hard with these sanctions or whatever they got going on tomorrow, and hopefully drop them to their knees and make them beg and plead, to end this deal. Because they basically, the military deal is over with, as far as it's concerned with them. They have no military. They can't even pay their military people at this point. So they down on their last legs right now. And I'll definitely be watching tomorrow at 1 o'clock, listening or something to see what they got to say of what the U.S. has planned for these losers. And hopefully that'll be the final straw for them, and that'll end that regime, and we can get on with other business. But like I say, we do need to be worried. Maybe you could talk about that. I think we do need to be worried about the U.S. about some type of cyber attack from these individuals. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yes, indeed. I'm 100% on the same page there. That's what I alluded to that earlier. Yeah, because we shared the warning, the government warning about the company named Siemens Systems, Control Systems. And those systems apparently are vulnerable. Many of those have already been hit with water control systems. But those same Siemens Control Systems are in a number of other categories out there. Like I said, including portions of the power grid and many others. Yes, the tariffs. Where do we stand? Carney says you're at war when you get attacked. President Donald Trump hit back at Canada yesterday, Sunday, saying Canada wants the benefits of being a state without being one. They've charged our great farmers for many years massive amounts of tariffs. No more, he says. New Canadian tariffs will notably target the U.S. steel and dairy industries, taking effect on September 8. More details will be forthcoming this week, according to Carney. President Trump had previously said Washington should be able to have a deal, citing his good relationship with Carney. But, of course, that all came crashing down. But on Saturday, Canada's prime minister said Trump set conditions that were ultimately unacceptable, even though some of the earlier talks had been positive. In recent days, the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, undermining the net benefits of Canada. And he called into question the reliability of any deal. We cannot accept what they've offered, and we will not give what they've asked. Trade Representative Jameson Greer tells the New York Times that we had offered to reduce tariffs on steel, aluminum, and autos, as well as ultimately eliminate a recently imposed tariff on Canadian lumber. He said those measures would have given Canada the most preferential treatment of any trading partner. Spoke to Fox News on Saturday, said Washington is moving forward with measures that respond to Canadian retaliation. No new talks are planned with the neighbors to the north. One senior U.S. official characterized last week's talks in Washington as candid, not acrimonious. Canada's been seeking relief from the tariffs on autos, steel, and aluminum, which have battered the country's economy, forced job losses, straining what was once an ironclad trade relationship. The White House had alleged discriminatory treatment by Canada against U.S. alcohol, automobile, dairy products when they introduced the duties. They were originally set to take effect last Wednesday, but there was that 3-day reprieve as the talks continued. Carney said one reason the deal collapsed was U.S. negotiators at the 11th hour introduced restrictions on Canadian trade deals with other countries. He said negotiators made unacceptable threats to the French language and Quebec culture, referring to the French-speaking province there in eastern Canada. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world.
USA Radio News. I'm John Summers. Former Vice President Mike Pence says a trade war with Canada is the last thing the U.S. needs. Pence made the comment on CNN's State of the Union Sunday amid trade tensions between the two countries.
That what we're looking at here is negotiation and not confrontation in a trade war.
North Carolina scientists found a Southern-style Mediterranean diet matches Weight Watchers for weight loss. The U.S. and Iran ramped up the hostile messaging over the weekend ahead of today's scheduled announcement of new U.S. sanctions on Tehran. 2 strong earthquakes struck Japan over the weekend. A fast-moving wildfire near Reno, Nevada exploded over 10,500 acres in one day. It sits at 0% containment. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Shout out to Rick there, Columbus, Ohio. Trust you had a good weekend. Welcome into a Monday. Back to other industry headlines. Again, the English proficiency, big topic of discussion. Meanwhile, in recent months, several companies have told federal regulators that the hours of service doesn't work for them, asking the FMCSA to grant their truckers an exemption, saying they'll be able to meet an equivalent level of safety with more flexibility. It happens quite a bit, but very rarely do these exceptions get granted. The FMCSA allowed the public to comment on each of the requests. And like I said, the majority of people commenting, pushing back. In many cases, it's been truckers and safety groups who've asked the agency to deny the requests. Colorado Huntsman Transport, one of those, asking for an exemption. That's a prison transportation company. You ask for a 10-day on, 10-day off schedule with a maximum 7-hour daily driving limit. Also an exemption from commercial motor vehicle marking requirements. The company said granting this exemption would allow us to operate without the prominent name and U.S. DOT markings, reducing public misidentification and associated safety threats. Huntsman added that their drivers and vehicles would continue to be fully identifiable through registration documents, electronic logging devices, DOT numbers, and GPS tracking. The comment period for that request actually ended on the 17th. Only literally a handful of responses, apparently. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance and the Truck Safety Coalition were among those against granting the exemption. All right, well, it's true. We cannot regulate sleep. The hours of service rules set forth a framework that, if followed, allows drivers the opportunity to get the rest necessary to operate their vehicles safely. The Truck Safety Coalition said Huntsman Transport fails to meet the threshold to qualify. Apparently none of the 6 comments actually supported the exemption. You had CCS Transportation, a company based in Conway, Arkansas. They wanted exemption to permit short-distance commercial vehicle movements to be logged as on-duty, not driving yard moves on their electronic logging devices during brief travel on local public roadways separating 2 of the company's facilities. Company told the FMCSA the 2 facilities are only 1.3 miles apart, and they're used for low-speed equipment repositioning, trailer spotting, and tractor transfers. Comments also were accepted through the 17th. 12 responses in this case, again, the CVSA and the Truck Safety Coalition against the exemption. Precision Fireworks, a fireworks display company that said it employs truck drivers who hold CDLs with hazmat endorsement to transport professional-grade pyrotechnics for Independence Day celebrations. They were seeking an exemption from the 14-hour rule. So drivers would be able to execute off-duty and sleeper berth time of any length from the calculation of the 14 hours. If granted, the exemption would apply to about 5 drivers during a time period, June 28 to July 8 for the next 5 years. I mean, that's the gangbuster time of year, right? Right there around Independence Day. As a condition for operating under the exemption, the truckers would not be allowed to drive after accumulating a total of 14 hours of on-duty time. They said drivers would continue to be subject to the 11-hour driving time limit and the 60 and 70-hour on-duty limits. Without the exemption, they said they'd be unable to provide professional fireworks displays for Texas, New Mexico, and Missouri. They suggested it would create a safety hazard as their drivers may be forced to park a load of hazmat in unsecured areas. Now, they're actually still taking comments on that through the end of August. So far, 4 comments have been submitted, 3 of which are in opposition to the request. All right, that's the breakdown. It's 844-844-3388. Plowboy, I guess you've got some thoughts on the autonomous trucks, right? Your favorite topic.
Well, yeah. And thanks for getting my call. Hope you had a good weekend, just too short, right?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
Steve, first, let's go with your last story. Your last story that you were talking about. I don't think your fireworks company is going to get it off the ground. Remember this past year, how many fireworks incidents did we have along the highways? Tennessee, I know at least had
several of them. Yeah.
Every damn time you went to Facebook, you were seeing something. Somebody blew up the bang bang before, even during the broad damn daylight. Okay, let's go to Minnesota. We need y'all back at John Nagel. He's a retired Minnesota State Highway Patrol trooper. He's going to be trying to knock out our little Somalian, William Omar. I just seen this on Facebook a bit ago, so that would be so nice to get a good law enforcement character, retired, and take her seat and just make that bitch want to go back to where she came from, under the rock. Take her brother, husband with her. But, okay. Steve, I was really thinking about Philip's phone call and Grump's. Philip did good, but I got a question. Your little highway. Say you've got somebody running between Indianapolis and Cincinnati. And I remember this. You were talking about major wrecks all over the place. What happens when you get a whirlwind of snow, sleet, ice, whatever, and it flash freezes? Your camera system, your sensors, and all of that flash freezes. And you can't see where you're going. And that thing slams the brakes on or even slows down a little bit incrementally too fast. That thing's going to go in the ditch. Or damned if it is, if it slows down to nothing. You really want that autonomous truck out there in the second or the third lane around other vehicles?
Right.
I don't. Let's go to California. The Waymos. If the Waymo and the autonomous trucks, sir, work as good as the Waymos did when they had a brownout at, remember, San Francisco. We're going to have big trucks stopped at stoplights. How we know that some genius, Steve, I'm sorry if I'm talking too fast or talking over you, I don't mean to, but just say if some genius decides to, we got a load of anything, a high dollar load, or a load of nasty crap. all it would take is for him to cut the power to one red light. Or whatever. Kind of where you understand what I'm trying to get at, Steve?
Oh, yeah, sure.
It could be, we could almost have the federal building in Oklahoma City if somebody that really hates his country knew the coordinates and where it was going to be at. And that's my biggest side effects on them. Plus taking the drivers out of the industry. I hope to hell, or hope to God, pardon me, that the Teamsters would get like California and take them bastards to court and get it done with. Sue them till they can't afford no more lawsuits, Steve. Because I don't want to be without a job. I don't want anybody to be without a job. And it is going to... It's a scary situation with this crap. Mm-hmm. And you made a comment. How long have we fought to get... I fought for a heavier truck. Todd Spencer told me where I could go. Now, quick, years ago, I was wanting $86,000, and it was legal. I could have legally done it had they went with us on heavy loads out of Washington. And we had set up to do it. But who in the world is wanting to run 135 tons? 135 tons, that's 270,000 pounds, Steve. What bridge will take that?
Mm-hmm.
That's almost no, that's an escorted load, I believe, if you really look at it. And you can't escort a load, you can't permit it because that's divisible. And by it being divisible, if you put too many sections on it, it's really going to go out of hand. And I hate the Kodiak deal because let's go back a few years ago. We had not pretty good. We had a damn good caller. Remember the young feller went on to be with the Lord, Sugar Bear?
Yeah.
For everybody. That was damn good money in these sand pits. That was damn good money going into these, whether it be in North Dakota, New Mexico, Texas, or wherever. And I am so damn sick and tired of this almighty damn dollar by these outfits that if you really looked into it, would not know a steering wheel from a fifth wheel from a blown tire have came up, and now they're trying to run a truck driver out of this industry. And the oil field is damn good money. It still is damn good money today. If I was in better health, I would not be here at Ford Clay Como.
Yeah, I mean, who was it? Sugar Bear and Doc Holliday both ran up there in the... Weren't they running up in Pennsylvania for years, making good money?
Washington, Pennsylvania, sir, right there across from the Ohio line. And Sugar Bear tried that in North Dakota and damn near froze his cojones off up there. But no, I mean... Yeah, I mean, it's sad. Wait, they're hitting, I guess, I'm running in circles, but no, it's not good. And I hope to hell I don't see it. I hope my grandchildren never see it. That's how hard I'm hoping we could get our and it's AI crap. I hate it too. We don't need any of that crap looking over us. We got, you were just talking here a bit ago, and it was either you or Grump, I believe, made a comment about the shadow catching. These cars are bad about it. Don't set a car that's got that radar crap on it. A bridge will park the damn thing or severely back it down. And it happens all the time in the sunlight. But yet, there is a best thing since sliced bread to hear these yahoos talk about it. And don't, folks, people, brothers, sisters, don't let them swoon you into it's going to be cheaper for everybody. Steve, I remember here a few years ago when everybody was making pretty good money. Pretty damn good money on a good fuel surcharge. And then the big box stores started hollering, we got to cut the fuel surcharge, blah, blah. Hell, we're going to save. I never seen a penny. I don't think anybody else did. And the supermarkets or wherever go down. So don't be childish and think it's going to, billions of dollars saved, it ain't going to cause nothing to go down. Just a bigger pockets that hate us get bigger. And if I sound liberal, I'm not. I'm conservative as hell, but this is scary. Other than that, I appreciate you taking my call, but I know you're going to get my weather, but are you going to get back in the 90s by the weekend? We are over here in Missouri.
I think we're going to warm up a bit, but no, I don't see any 90s on the horizon. It's definitely a cool early Monday as we get the new week started. All right, clear lines, 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From my perspective, the moon is gone beyond below the horizon at this hour. I do notice with each passing evening, The moon is waxing. Soon to be a full moon. Mark your calendars. We've got a celestial event coming this week. August 27 into the 28th. A massive, partial lunar eclipse, Earth's shadow, will cover 96.2% of the moon. It should create the gorgeous copper-red glow, almost a blood moon, but not quite. And depending on which side of the country you're on, for the East Coast and the Midwest, best seats in the house, they say. We'll see the entire eclipse from the first subtle shadow to the final bite and the final exit. Central portions of the country, you'll catch the best part, the maximum phase. Expect to see the deep, gorgeous copper red moon. West Coast, you'll get to see the beautiful early partial stages before the moon sets. Yeah, but even a small bite is worth the watch. All right. Peak maximum, let's see, 12:12 a.m. August 28. You've got to adjust for your local time. So, yeah, weather conditions. In other words, no clouds to obscure the moon. Coming up here in just a few days. We're already into the 24th. So what are we talking? Thursday into Friday morning, right? A couple minutes before news break, with a final hour coming our way. In other political news, the Postal Service. All right, Postal Service announcing the new rules, mail-in ballot eligibility rules. They announced this Friday that closely follows the president's executive order restricting voting by mail for many. Despite a federal judge blocking enforcement of the directive, under the policy, states would generally provide the U.S. Postal Service with information on mail ballot receipts at least 30 days before the November 3rd midterm elections. Postmaster General David Steiner told senators back in June the policy is intended to ensure the right ballots are going to the right people. You had the U.S. District Judge last week that blocked the nationwide enforcement, said that changing election rules so close to the midterms would cause confusion and chaos. Now that we're less than 90 days before the midterms, it underscores the critical need for an injunction to prevent defendants from changing electric rules on the eve of the election, said the judge. Of course, the administration then asked the Supreme Court last Wednesday to intervene and allow the restrictions to take effect. The Justice Department argues the legal challenges are premature because federal agencies have not yet taken concrete action affecting the plaintiffs. It's 844-844-3388. Final hour just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups apps today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran is promising a devastating response to new U.S. economic sanctions.
This after the Trump administration said it plans to impose the toughest sanctions in history on Iran and economic consequences for any country that assists Iran. The chief of staff of Iran's armed forces said that with preparedness across land, sea, air defense, and cyberspace, Iran's armed forces will respond to the enemy's new threats with crushing, punishing, and devastating responses. I'm Michael Kastner.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. will begin on September 8th.
Carney announced the move at a Saturday morning news conference in response to the Trump administration's new 50% tariffs on Canadian goods. Carney said he will release more details in the coming days, adding that his government takes the step reluctantly. The new U.S. tariffs went into effect at midnight Saturday after trade talks with Canada collapsed. The tariffs impact about $20 billion worth of Canadian imports. I'm Lisa Carton.
The U.S. is pausing higher tariffs on ground beef imports for 90 days in order to lower the cost for consumers.
President Trump made the announcement on Truth Social, saying the nation will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported without the higher rate. He said the White House is making the move as it works to, quote, reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to grow again. I'm Monica Nelson.
The FDA has authorized a first-of-its-kind robotic device designed to draw blood from patients without manual human intervention.
Called Aletta, the machine uses infrared light and Doppler ultrasound to locate veins. Health officials say the robot achieved success rates matching human phlebotomists and will help combat critical laboratory staffing shortages. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Gold's trading at $46.11 an ounce, while silver's around $69 an ounce. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So your next 5 minutes could be your most productive 5 minutes in years, at least when it comes to your finances anyway. That's all it takes to find out exactly how much you'll save joining Medi-Share versus what you're paying now for healthcare. It's very typical for people to find out they can save hundreds a month, thousands a year. The typical family saves up to $500 a month. And healthcare sharing is different. It's refreshing different. We know from member surveys, people love saving the money, of course, but they also just like Medi-Share more than what they were doing before for healthcare costs. And it's not a new thing. It's been proven for more than 30 years. Hundreds of thousands of Americans are part of this. So call them now. They are great to talk to. And very quickly, you'll find out what you can save. You can get your questions answered. Your next 5 minutes could mean saving hundreds a month, month after month. And here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The 1-year anniversary of the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk is approaching. The group he founded is planning a memorial service.
Kirk was gunned down during the event at Utah Valley University on September 10th of last year. Officials with Turning Point USA say they plan to mark the anniversary with an event called Freedom Built to Last. It'll take place at the UC-CU Center on campus. Meanwhile, lawyers for Tyler Robinson, the man accused of killing Kirk, are set to meet prosecutors in court on September 1st. I'm Nia Bender.
The fast-moving Hawk Fire near Reno, Nevada has now burned around 15,000 acres and remains 0% contained. More than 40,000 people have been ordered to evacuate, with strong shifting winds making firefighting difficult. Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo has declared a state of emergency in Washoe County. An eye expert is alerting parents of what signs show a possible vision problem with children.
Margene Culp is a professor of optometry at The Ohio State University. She says difficulty keeping place when reading, problems seeing things clearly, trouble paying attention, and an eye turning in or out all indicate a possible vision problem.
It's really critical to identify vision problems early and address them early to lessen their negative impact and be sure that the child can perform to their best potential in school.
Studies show children who get screenings and glasses have a better chance of passing their state proficiency exam. I'm Scott Pringle.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Final hour. Here we go. Roll it into a Monday. Some would say the greatest day of the week. Now let's get it all started here. 24th day of August. We'll get some NASCAR news in the hour ahead. Guess it was New Hampshire. Yeah, meanwhile, from the Lucky Dog on track. So, everyone had followed Jake Lang, and I never saw an official tally how many protesters showed up in Dearborn last week. Speaking at the city hall there, trying to halt the Islamization of America. Yeah, I guess Jake and some of his followers departed Dearborn and apparently made their way to Minneapolis and ended up being arrested over the weekend. Minneapolis police arresting he's called the far-right influencer Jake Lang and 6 of his supporters for rioting outside City Hall Saturday. Police said Lang and his entourage drove onto a sidewalk in front of City Hall, moving toward a crowd. Social media videos showed Lang standing in the bed of a pickup truck, holding up a sign that they say included a racial slur. It doesn't say what the sign said. Videos showing he and fellow activists clashing with the counter-protesters. Minneapolis police eventually came out from City Hall with Lang driving off about the same time. The interim police chief spoke at a news conference stating that a chemical irritant was discharged from both of the protester sides. They said police did not disperse any irritants. Police say they tracked the two vehicles with Lang. One was stopped near Washington Avenue and I-35, and the other was stopped near the Mall of America, apparently. Everyone in both vehicles arrested on suspicion of rioting. Lang was booked into the Hennepin County Jail without bail. Police did not respond to a request for the names of the 6 supporters who were also arrested. Mayor Fry said police are still collecting evidence and the investigation into Lang and his supporters is ongoing. He said, certainly there's the possibility of other charges, but there's still evidence to determine what happened. Yeah, we're in the early stages right now of any additional investigation. Peterson said 3 officers were injured, 1 hospitalized and released. One of the officers may have had his ankle rolled up on by one of the vehicles driving off, and another had been hit by a projectile, as they put it. Investigators received a report of someone who was assaulted, trying to get a statement from that victim. Lang was apparently in town holding a rally for Shiloh Hendricks, the Rochester woman who last year called an 8-year-old boy with autism a racial slur while he was on a playground. Hendricks was found not guilty of disorderly conduct for accosting the boy, but was convicted on the same charge in July for doing the same thing to a bystander who recorded the altercation. According to the mayor, 4 others not connected to Lang were also arrested, 1 for rioting, another for assault. Minneapolis over the weekend. Hey, somewhere over in Thailand. Hey there, Rainmaker.
Hey, Steve. I think you read the story that I sent to you about the 2 truck drivers and the 4 kids.
I did. I haven't touched on that one yet, but I did get that. Yes, living like
it's amazing.
Confined
it's
into
amazing.
the sleeper of a truck for like was it 5 or 6 years?
Almost 7 years, I think they said. Now, and they had a regular run. He had a regular run from Miami. Lived in Miami, I guess. Didn't have a house. I just lived in the truck. To Atlanta, back and forth to Atlanta for 7 years. Now, all the years of driving, being a truck driver, you're always watching your surroundings. You're always alert, seeing what's going on. You see other drivers. Now, you go to the weigh stations, they check your truck. You know, you have a flat tire, you need oil change, mechanics. I find this really hard to believe that nobody would have seen something suspicious about this man and woman. Just looking at his wife or whoever his partner was, she was really bad. And the 4 kids was in really bad shape. But, they had to get out to use the bathroom. There's no way to use the bathroom inside the truck. They said there was no room for them to sleep. They had to sleep side by side.
Yep. Had to curl up in a ball because... the sleeper, how big's it's for one adult, let alone having 4 kids cramped up in there. Pretty much 24/7.
Yeah. They had to get out there sometime in the smell. If they wasn't taking showers and washing their clothes, who did the laundry, right? Who did the laundry, and how did they wash the clothes? A lot of something. Just people have got to, the society has really gone down before we watch out for each other. This is sad, really sad. But on the subject of AI and robo trucks, you remember in 2016 the company Otto, which became Aurora, they started out with Budweiser in Colorado hauling beer on I-25. That was the first autonomous truck. You know,
Mm-hmm.
You look at the robo-taxi, and then you got Zeus, you got Waymo. They're everywhere now. So, and Uber's using self-driving taxis now. And then the self-driving trucks, it's going to be putting more and more drivers out of work. And then with the AI, it's going to be putting a lot of people out of work too. Actors, why need actors when you can take AI and make a complete movie, right?
Right.
So, I think by next year, there's going to be what they call the living wage for people that don't work. It's getting really scary, ain't it?
I know Hollywood's pretty up in arms about the AI stuff. They're trying to get it regulated. The music industry, too.
Yes. You go on YouTube and you look at some of the videos and stuff on there. It's all, even the new movies, you see some new movies out. Most of it's AI. It's not even interesting to watch. Well, that's all I had to say. You take care.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in here from Thailand, somewhere, I guess, late in the afternoon there on a Monday afternoon. 844-844-3388. Yeah, I saw that story. I think CDL Life somewhere I came across it last week. But we'll give you more details on that. Yeah. Nearly 6 years. Yeah, 4 children. Yeah, cooped up in the sleeper of this truck with the man and the woman. The mug shots, as he was mentioning, the mug shots. Wow. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. We'll give you more details here momentarily.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. 5,000. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yes. It's the kind of thing that seems like it would be a science fiction horror movie for these kids. It's a Florida couple charged with child neglect after allegedly keeping 4 children confined in the cab of the tractor trailer as rainmakers had almost 7 years without time to take showers, use the restroom, or exercise outside, according to the arrest records. Now, I said, looking at the mug shots, this woman looks like essentially a living version of something out of a Night of the Living Dead movie. The children have not been allowed to attend school for approximately 5 years. According to the Child Advocacy Center, 51-year-old Kaisha Epps and her fiancé, 37-year-old Tamra Marshawn Stewart, had been living in the cab with the children while Epps worked as a truck driver, driving the route between Miami and Atlanta. Since December of 2019, the children were kept inside the vehicle for the majority of their days. A detective on the case reported the children were walking with an unnatural gait. From being confined to the cab, they were fed poorly, never received medical or dental care, even for emergencies. During the interview, one of the children recalled a time when she burned herself badly with cooked noodles. She said there was a lot of blood, yet neither Stewart nor Epps took time to get medical treatment. According to the child has a permanent scar from the burn. Now, they say Stewart would watch the children while Epps was sleeping, showering, and driving the truck, according to the kids. And when the children witnessed sexual abuse and confronted Stewart, he beat them by punching them in their heads. The identity of the sexual abuse was not clear. The children said Epps told Epps about the sexual abuse and saw her witness the abuse. She called one derogatory names and continued to leave them alone with Stewart. One of the children was found to have an untreated STD. All 4 children shared a bunk in the cab so small that they had to lie curled up side by side because they couldn't fit. These 2 arrested here August 6th, according to a heavily redacted report filed with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. 4 counts of child neglect, 1 count for each child. Each count of third-degree felony is punishable by up to 5 years in prison, up to 5 years of probation, and a fine up to $5,000. Investigators said their action demonstrated a committed, willful failure or omission to provide a child with the care, supervision, and services necessary to maintain a child's physical and mental health. Food, nutrition, clothing, shelter, supervision, medicine, and medical services that a prudent person would consider essential to the well-being of a child. Capital sexual battery charges against Stewart will be filed in the 9th Judicial District by the state prosecutor. Under Florida law, anyone convicted of child sexual battery of a child under the age of 12 can face the death penalty or life in prison without parole. All the information they say about the children were pretty much redacted, including their sexes, ages, relationships to each other, and their relationship to Epps and Stewart. Bond set at $400,000 for Epps, Stewart being held without bond. But and again, so Rainmaker's question, how over that period of time, nobody ever noticed anything suspicious. Hard to imagine, right? All right, see what's going on with the blind man here on a Monday. What's happening?
I got a chance to hear the NASCAR race yesterday, and I was very thankful that the people that did the play-by-play were very descriptive, and I had no problem following what was going on. I know I'm going to have some questions for Brain Dead. I guess the winner will go and race somewhere else for the rest of the season.
In that, I'm not exactly sure what the deal is there.
But anyway, it was really interesting, something different for me to hear. And like I said, I really enjoyed myself yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
See what else is going on. Not much. I'm hanging in there. September's coming up, and I hope my nephew can find the right doctor that can fix me up down there.
Hope it all works out there. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I hope so, too. And anyway, have a good Monday, everybody.
Did you get a chance to listen to the 250, the race there in the Freedom 250?
Yes, I did. That's what I was explaining.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking. I thought you said the NASCAR. That was the IndyCar race, but I get you. I got you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I just don't understand some of this. So this is a different altogether.
Well, it's the kind of cars that run at the everybody the Indy 500, the Indy cars, rather than the rather than the NASCAR cars.
And I guess what is this about changing the tires, red rubber or something?
They use two different. They have a soft compound tire and also a hard compound tire, and I think the teams have to use both types of tires at some point during the race, but they can choose because I think the hard tires drivers were getting a bit more speed versus the soft tires.
Okay, I got you.
So it just kind of adds another, I guess, a level of complexity to the race. It's all about the timing. You try to watch when the sun's out, or if you're cloud cover, or you're in the shadows. Because the track. Obviously, the track works differently with different temperatures. Temperature of the track can change quite dramatically. Cloud cover or shadows versus being in the actual sunshine. Amazingly, I think there was, going back to Friday, there was a lot of concern about the forecast, anticipating a lot of rain there in the D.C. area over the weekend. Looks like, the weather obviously turned out to be downright beautiful for the race and all the fans in attendance there in the D.C. area yesterday. And it was, there was a NASCAR race as well. And the headline says, Byron's warning came too late. He'd done almost everything Hendricks Motorsports needed at New Hampshire. He was running near the front, collecting points, putting himself in position for a strong finish. Then after a pit stop, he noticed something didn't feel right and told his team. What happened next, they say, turned a promising afternoon into a major setback for the number 24 team. Again, I guess the warning came too late. News, a service of industrial injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran is promising a devastating response to new U.S. economic sanctions.
This after the Trump administration said it plans to impose the toughest sanctions in history on Iran and economic consequences for any country that assists Iran. The chief of staff of Iran's armed forces said that with preparedness across land, sea, air defense, and cyberspace, Iran's armed forces will respond to the enemy's new threats with crushing, punishing, and devastating responses. I'm Michael Kastner.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. will begin on September 8th.
Carney announced the move at a Saturday morning news conference in response to the Trump administration's new 50% tariffs on Canadian goods. Carney said he will release more details in the coming days, adding that his government takes the step reluctantly. The new U.S. tariffs went into effect at midnight Saturday after trade talks with Canada collapsed. The tariffs impact about $20 billion worth of Canadian imports. I'm Lisa Carton.
The U.S. is pausing higher tariffs on ground beef imports for 90 days in order to lower the cost for consumers.
President Trump made the announcement on Truth Social saying the nation will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported without the higher rate. He said the White House is making the move as it works to, quote, reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to grow again. I'm Monica Nelson.
The FDA has authorized a first-of-its-kind robotic device designed to draw blood from patients without manual human intervention.
Called Aletta, the machine uses infrared light and Doppler ultrasound to locate veins. Health officials say the robot achieved success rates matching human phlebotomists and will help combat critical laboratory staffing shortages. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Gold's trading at $46.11 an ounce, while silver's around $69 an ounce. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So your next 5 minutes could be your most productive 5 minutes in years, at least when it comes to your finances anyway. That's all it takes to find out exactly how much you'll save joining MediShare versus what you're paying now for healthcare. It's very typical for people to find out they can save hundreds a month, thousands a year. The typical family saves up to $500 a month. And healthcare sharing is different. It's refreshing different. We know from member surveys, people love saving the money, of course, but they also just like MediShare more than what they were doing before for healthcare costs. And it's not a new thing. It's been proven for more than 30 years. Hundreds of thousands of Americans are part of this. So call them now. They are great to talk to. And very quickly, you'll find out what you can save. You can get your questions answered. Your next 5 minutes could mean saving hundreds a month, month after month. And here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The one-year anniversary of the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk is approaching. The group he founded is planning a memorial service.
Kirk was gunned down during the event at Utah Valley University on September 10th of last year. Officials with Turning Point USA say they plan to mark the anniversary with an event called Freedom Built to Last. It'll take place at the UC-CU Center on campus. Meanwhile, lawyers for Tyler Robinson, the man accused of killing Kirk, are set to meet prosecutors in court on September 1st. I'm Nia Bender.
The fast-moving Hawk Fire near Reno, Nevada has now burned around 15,000 acres and remains 0% contained. More than 40,000 people have been ordered to evacuate, with strong shifting winds making firefighting difficult. Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo has declared a state of emergency in Washoe County. An eye expert is alerting parents of what signs show a possible vision problem with children.
Margene Culp is a professor of optometry at The Ohio State University. She says difficulty keeping place when reading, problems seeing things clearly, trouble paying attention, and an eye turning in or out all indicate a possible vision problem.
It's really critical to identify vision problems early and address them early to lessen their negative impact and be sure that the child can perform to their best potential in school.
Studies show children who get screenings and glasses have a better chance of passing their state proficiency exam. I'm Scott Pringle.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Yes, indeed. You got it, Rick. Round and third, headed toward home. Yeah, Hendricks. It's just been a rough year. And Mr. Hendricks has chastised his teams, his crews, telling them to get it fixed. Several occasions this season, but yet another day where things went drastically wrong. Byron's frustration came out over the radio. Kind of summed up a disastrous moment for Hendrick Motorsports at New Hampshire Speedway. Lap 230 or 233, just 8 laps after Riley Herbst's crash in turns 3 and 4 brought out the caution. He had made contact with Michael McDowell before Connor Zilic also got involved. Several drivers taking the opportunity to pit, including Byron. He had been running inside the top 5. Brought his number 24 Chevrolet down pit road. However, something didn't feel right when he returned to the track. Lap 227. He alerted the team he was concerned about the car. The crew told him everything's good, everything's properly secured, but it wasn't. 6 laps later, he was running 4th when the left rear wheel came off the car. Not good. Obviously, without the wheel attached, he immediately became uncontrollable, slamming into the outside wall. A promising afternoon gone in the blink of an eye. Forced into the garage, now running 5 laps down. That left the Hendricks team now to deal with the consequences of what should have been a routine pit stop. The situation particularly painful because Byron had already done the difficult part, put himself in position to score a strong finish, potentially gain ground in the standings. Instead, a tire and wheel safety violation now creates an even bigger problem. NASCAR will likely hand down a 2-lap penalty while 2 crew members from the Hendricks Motorsports number 24 team will face a 2-race suspension. Those violations fall under Section 8.8 blah, blah, blah of the rule book, covering the loss or separation of an improperly installed tire or wheel during an event. Timing could hardly be worse. He entered the race 12th in the standings, with Austin Cindric, Shane Van Gisbergen, Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez all fighting around him for the chase positioning. Wallace had already shown his strength by finishing 3rd in Stage 2, adding valuable points to his tally. That means every lost point is increasingly important. Byron trusted his instincts enough to tell the team something didn't feel right. Unfortunately for Hendrick Motorsports, the response from the pit box suggested everything was fine. Obviously, the wheel coming off said otherwise. Well, there's a shout-out to Semper Fi, Truck and Phil. Happy Monday, the best day of the week. Yeah, start off the week. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, the great product of Staybill. 54 for a start. Cool. 75 for a high Fort Wayne. 52 just to 73 for Newaygo, Michigan today. A little taste of fall there, huh? A big shout-out to the retired Knucklebuster, all the veterans out there. Oh, yeah, the Garth Brooks concert in Indianapolis over the weekend was phenomenal, he said. Have a great week, everybody. Roll on. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Morning, Vic. Did you go over to see Garth Brooks over the weekend?
No, I didn't even know that he had a concert here. I never was a very big Garth Brooks fan for one reason or another. Some of his singing style, one thing and another. No, actually, I was playing around with a rejected Troy-Bilt mower, self-propelled, and anyway, it was not wanting to start right, so I thought, I'm just going to take that engine apart or take the head off. And the amount of carbon that was built up inside that engine and around the valves, I wondered how it was even trying to start or anything else. So I put some of that stiction eliminator in the head there and around the valves and waited a little while. It kind of liquefied it. I scraped that all off, and I got it all back together and got it all started. Next thing I need to do is this little old muffler. It needs to come off because that muffler has to be full of carbon and everything. So that was what I was doing over the weekend. But when you were talking about that person in the truck that was going before, what was it, Miami and Atlanta or whatever it was, it sounded like that was a dedicated run. And I was just curious if that's what it was, and how could the people on each end not see what was going on?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm with Rainmaker. Somebody's going to have to tell a whole lot more story, a whole lot more about that episode. And I know one of the bad problems that they kind of having are trying to do something about here in Indiana is they take these kids and get them to, do criminal activities and one thing and another, and even some of that sexting thing and all that stuff. And there was some sort of a kids gang up in, I think it was northwestern Indianapolis or somewhere along that line. So it just kind of amazes me what a lot of these adults are willing to do to these kids and totally ruin their lives. I was never much for the red flag laws, but a lot of these kids, they're not going to be, through no fault of their own, they're not going to be mentally stable. So I think maybe they might need to take a second look at some of those red flag laws as far as letting people get a license to carry a gun. So, and then another odd thing that was going on, that guy that was supposed to have killed the young girls up there at Delphi, the judge is upset that Alan has a couple of lawyers trying to fight for him, and I don't know, from what I understand, the whole case is based on the fact that he called his wife and said that he had killed the girls, but they had him in jail with those people from that Odin cult, and that Odin, that's a Norse god, and he believed that if you did certain things and kind of acted berserk or went berserk, you couldn't get hurt in battle, and it's basically a white supremacy cult, and they don't even want to come out and admit that. So I know that the United States Police are pretty upset that all these people that these armchair detectives, they've got a whole group of people like that, the retired homicide detectives and one thing and another, and they're not really buying that whole story either. It's like, no, we have to know more here. And like with those girls, it's like they said, the girls said, well, that guy looks strange. Well, I don't know why they would say that, because he worked at a CVS. He was a pharmacy technician, and he did most of the pictures there. So surely they ran him across him a time or two, so why they would think he was strange looking, that's just one example.
Mm-hmm.
But really what I called about was that these sanctions and economic wars, I don't know if you've seen that, the Somali pirates are back at work again. They had basically pirated a oil tanker, I think it was Friday, somewhere in through there. And then you have like that old BRICS thing, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And South Africa, for some reason, even with the price of gold the way it is, they won't increase their mining. I guess we figured, well, if it's going up, we can mine less and make just as much. And the other thing is this copper and the metals and everything. One of the things I was doing, those little magneto coils that those lawnmower engines have on them and everything, I used to get those for like $15, $20. No big deal. And I was looking there, and I was almost certain that the price that I seen on a lot of them was over $100. And it's like, well, a lawnmower doesn't cost much more than that. So why would you pay that for a coil? Now, I don't know if that was really true or not, but I had some spare engines sitting around anyway. But all of this stuff, I'm not exactly sure if that's going to hurt us more than Iran. I just don't really understand the reasoning behind all this economic stuff, because sooner or later, somebody's going to be sides that's going to be chosen, and based on what some country's economic benefit is, or perceived economic benefit, and that's how you wind up getting into a forever war, and eventually it'll be a very large conflagration. And I'm pretty sure I've seen to where they found one of the UN nuclear inspectors found that Syria actually had some bomb-grade nuclear material that nobody even knew they had and what's supposed to have. And Iran has all these different militias. So, they're going to have a big job ahead of them trying to find if Iran actually has some of this stuff or they don't. And so, frankly, I just really don't know where Trump is going anymore. He started out so good dealing with all that people are afraid to talk because of political correctness, and he kind of did away with that. And then he slowed down all this unauthorized entry into the United States and not knowing where people are or what they were doing. I think even on that, they have 40-some thousand kids that they still haven't found. Of course, by now they're a lot older, and so then when we go out, when the Department of Homeland Security goes out to find these kids, there are people that are interfering with them. So I don't, it's a very, very strange situation, and I know that whole agriculture thing, that it's not only the beef, it's the eggs, and then you have all the stuff in the produce section, the lettuce and that. What is that? So, I mean, there's a world of work that we need to get done here at home and get everything straightened out. And one, we're getting dragged into some sort of an economic warfare and a shooting warfare. You were mentioning the fires over there in Europe. Now they're having a lot of fires, and oddly enough, World War II ordnance is exploding in a lot of those fires. So it just, wars stay around for a long time in one way or another. Do. And so, but that was the main thing I was talking about, this economic warfare. it might seem like it's not going to be very consequential, but it will wind up someday turning into quite a consequential situation, because people are going to start choosing upsides pretty quick now. So, but that's all I had there, Steve.
All righty. Well, enjoy your greatest day of the week there, Vic. Indianapolis. English proficiency. Yeah, one additional story. Yeah, nowadays it can mean the difference between staying on the road or getting parked. Federal rules have long required CDL holders to know enough English to read the road signs, follow directions, answer questions during inspections. But for so many years, the rules lacked any real teeth. That is changing. As the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association pushed for tougher enforcement, the president signing the order, bringing penalties back. The CVSA followed it up with their own crackdown. The pressure is spreading, they tell us. States are now writing tougher English rules into their own laws. Arkansas and Oklahoma led that push last year. There are more states joining this year. California lawmakers are pushing back against the federal crackdown. The legislature approved a resolution asking Congress to take another look at federal CDL penalties tied to English proficiency. SJR 16 calls for a review of the rules, also asking federal officials to reconsider penalties that can suspend or revoke a CDL. Assemblyman Juan Carrillo said truck drivers keep the supply chain moving. When those drivers are sidelined, the impact can reach far beyond the cab. Now, he said the federal rules have led to an estimated 17,000 CDL suspensions. Another 13,000 licenses have been canceled. The FMCSA then later moved to withhold $158 million in federal highway funds from California because of the compliance concerns there. California, of course, fighting that funding loss in federal court. Carrillo says the resolution could help steady the supply chain. He also said it could protect working families and support the truck drivers that keep America moving. They're on the wrong side of the legislation. New Hampshire is on the other side, putting tougher English rules in place. A new law requires all CDL tests in that state to now be given in English. Drivers who took the knowledge test in another language over the past 5 years must retake in English or risk losing their CDL. Interpreters are also banned. This would put New Hampshire in line with the federal rules. The New Hampshire Motor Transport Association said this helps ensure drivers meet the standard. Representative Gorski said drivers need to understand signs when things go wrong. Pennsylvania could be next. Senate Bill 1295 would require written CDL tests to be given in English. Road tests already follow that rule. CDL manuals could still be offered in other languages. Senator Judy Ward said the bill would close some of the loopholes and keep the unqualified truck drivers off the road. The Senate has passed the bill. It now sits in the House Transportation Committee, again, in the state of Pennsylvania.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Torque Lock injector cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
One final tidbit. We talked autonomous trucks a bit earlier. Latest study says self-driving cars are not safe for everyone. Surprise, surprise. You might want to steer clear of self-driving vehicles if you have a history of head injuries, according to the new study. Hockey players who'd suffered repeated concussions were slower to respond when a self-driving car faced a complex traffic situation and needed them to take the wheel. Researchers reported recently in the journal Traffic Injury Prevention. As a result, they might have a higher risk of auto accidents with a self-driving car. Our perception is that a conditionally automated vehicle will provide individuals with an opportunity to relax, read, work, or perform any number of other non-driving tasks. Instead, however, the self-driving cars are going to create an unusual transition period where you're not quite a passenger and not always a driver either. Many self-driving vehicles under development require humans to intervene in certain situations, such as when the car needs to abruptly stop, swerve, or respond to unexpected changes in the roadway. According to researchers, the car can handle routine driving on the highway, but in more complex situations, construction zones, pedestrians, the driver's expected to take over manual control. Researchers tested 2 groups in a driving simulator. 17 ice hockey players with a history of repeated concussions or head impacts, 17 people around the same age who did not play high-contact sports. The team tracked how well drivers could anticipate upcoming hazards as well as how they performed when they needed to quickly assume manual control. What the study brings into question is whether people will actually be willing and, more importantly, able to resume driving after long periods of disengagement. Closing out a Monday, the greatest day of the week. Thanks so much for being with us. Safe journeys out there. And, hey, we'll come back at the midnight hour Eastern Time. Join us for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,